What is up, duelists, and welcome to a very special tournament stream today here on the channel with the EU Master Duel Continental Clash, a very special event that is hosting, or that I'm very happy to host today for you guys. And it basically is a lot of content creators clashing with each other who are relatively new to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! And have been taught by some of your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators in the last couple of days, and they are going to be facing off today in a little tournament style bracket to see who has learned the most in these last couple of days about the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, some of you guys might already be aware of this tournament happening because, of course, a lot of the coaching and training sessions were live streamed over on the individual streams themselves. And that was a lot of fun. I saw some clips from that, and there should be a lot of exciting games today. Of course, we have 5 different teams today from 5 different countries who have been taught. And I'm actually here to tell you a little bit about what we're going to see here in today's tournament. First and foremost, we have a team from the United Kingdom who have been coached by your favorite Lampy, and that is going to be Crokies, Boba, and Raven, some content creators that you might be familiar from other games, but they are today trying their best to master the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! In this team. So that's going to be your team UK, as well as your team France, who've been trained by Volt, and that is going to be Fake Monster, Wati, and Kata. And then we have a team from Germany, of course, which have not been taught by me, actually, since I'm hosting the event today, but they've been coached by Joka, and that's going to be Mythos of Gaming, The Zero of Time, and Firat. They are going to be your team Germany today. And then we also have Team Italy, who have been trained by Colossa with Atrix, Druid Thunder, and Delmo. And then last but not least, team number 5 is Team Spain, who have been trained by El Guardian Celta. And that is going to be Paracetamor, aka Wonder, and Jotan. And that's going to be your Team Spain. All right, so we've just got a few more minutes to talk about today's tournament and format before we jump into the first round of games, because we are going to start very, very shortly with those games. But essentially, the way it's going to work is we're going to have a little bit of a round robin group stage where all 5 teams are going to face off against each other. Those are going to be basically 3 best of ones each match. So they're going to have 1 player from one team facing off against 1 player from the other team, and that 3 times, of course. After that, we are going to cut to a top 4. So essentially, from the 5 teams, 4 are going to make it into the semifinals. You do not want to be the one team that gets eliminated after the round robin stage. And in that semifinals, we're actually going to go to our classic Master Duel 3v3 format of essentially a best of 9, where each player from each team is going to face off against each player from the other team. And of course, after the semifinals, we're going to walk our way into the finals, where we're going to find out which team is going to walk away the Continental Clash champions for this year. So a little bit of a spin on this concept that we've had in previous years already, where, you know, some of your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators meet up with just content creators from all over the place and try to teach them a little bit about this game that we know and love, and then we see how they fare in the tournament. Now, I've had the pleasure in previous years to be like a coach for this. You know, you guys probably remember that I tried to teach Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame in last year's event a little bit about the game, and I thought that was a lot of fun. So I'm actually I'm actually interested to see and hear from the coaches later on how they felt about this like journey of teaching someone about the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! But I had a lot of fun with it in previous years, and I'm sure they did as well. But we're going to hear more about that later from them as we go throughout the day. So yeah, we've got a lot of games ahead of ourselves today. We are basically just waiting for the first match to start. For the first round, I believe we are going to see Team Germany face off against Team France. Of course, as there are 5 teams in the tournament, for the round robin stage, we're going to basically have 2 matches at the same time, and one team has a little bit of a break because there's 5 teams. So of course, there's going to be one that's going to have to sit out each round essentially. But for the first round, I can actually look up the exact matchups, because we're going to be watching France versus Germany. The other match is going to be Spain versus the UK. So in round 1, Italy is the one who has a break. So we're going to see how that goes. And then, of course, depending on how long the France versus Germany match takes, we might also be able to take a look at Spain versus the UK. But if that one finishes first, then we're going to move on into the next round. I've been told we're going to have very few breaks today. So there's basically going to be game after game after game after game. So that should be exciting. But yeah, we got 5 rounds of round robin, then a top 4, and then a finals for today's tournament. So it should be a fun time. I'm looking forward to it. And now all there is left to do is wait for the first match to start, which should be any moment now that we're going to get to see France versus Germany. But yeah, I can already tell you that we're going to see a bunch of different decks. Of course, you know, that's always one of the biggest questions, and you can let me know what you think about it. But what kind of deck would you pick if you were to teach someone the game of Yu-Gi-Oh for the first time? Or actually, for some of these content creators, I do know that they've been in touch with Yu-Gi-Oh in the past, just a little bit, but of course only surface level. But in general, I'm just like, I'm thinking right now, what do you do if you're trying to teach someone the game of Yu-Gi-Oh? What deck do you take? Because of course I did do Sprite with Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame last year. It was the Life Twin Sprite deck, which was fine. I feel like that worked well. But of course, you know, there's other decks out there that are maybe a little bit more recent than Sprite as well, because of course, you know, Sprite is at this point. I mean, it's not a bad deck at all. Actually, it's still completely fine. But there are a couple of decks that, you know, could also be there. But I do also know that some of the players in today's tournament are going with the Sprite deck, but it is not all going to be sprites. So essentially, we're gonna have a couple of players on. Basically, the thing is, each team of 3 has 3 different decks. No one is on the same deck in the same team. So there's 3 different decks per team. So we're gonna see a lot of different strategies today, and we're gonna see which ones probably like, because that's the thing, right? It doesn't matter what the best deck is for a tournament like this if the player can't learn it in time, because there are some really complicated Yu-Gi-Oh decks out there, of course, and there's some easier ones. And this is a lesson that I think also applies to a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh players in general. Sometimes it's better to go with what you can play well rather than what's maybe the best deck in a vacuum if played perfectly, because that doesn't really matter if you haven't mastered the deck yet. So I wonder, because I can see the lists of decks in front of me. I'm not trying to spoil anything, but there are very different like levels of complexity between some of these decks, and I really wonder how well these players have mastered these decks. And I think that's going to play a huge role in today's tournament, because we've got some players on maybe some older strategies, but those are simple but effective. And then we've got some newer strategies that I would say are a little bit more complex, but can be more powerful if executed properly. So I guess we're gonna have to wait and see how that goes. But yeah, it's an exciting mix of decks here. Some recurring themes as well between different teams, but that's no surprise, as you know, you are being taught the game for the first time. There's a couple of archetypes that are more likely to work for that than others, but yeah. I'm being told that we are about to head into the first round any moment now. It should begin. Players are already at the table. We are just waiting for the games to begin. And as I said, we are going to be seeing Team France face off against Team Germany in the first feature match here. It's going to be a classic 3 versus 3 tournament, similar to the Challenger Cups that we usually host. It's going to be a 3v3. We're going to be able to have all 3 matches on screen at the same time, which is cool. We've ramped up the production for that. You know, even though I am streaming from home, we're going to be able to see all 3 matches at the same time. The only difference between the round robin and the top cut later is the fact that we are going to see a best of 3 in the round robin stage, and then as soon as we start the semifinals, it's going to be a best of 9, like I said earlier. But yeah, but I'm excited to see all 3 games at the same time. So yeah. Where can we see the list of players? The players have been announced over the last couple of days over on the Master Duel X account, I would say, or all over Master Duel socials, I think. But I did already mention them earlier, but I can go over them really quickly again. For Team UK, coached by Lampy, we have Crokies, Boba, and Raven. Team France, coached by Volt, we have Fake Monster, Wadi, and Kata. Team Germany, coached by Joka, we have Mythos of Gaming, the Zero of Time, and Firat Usta. And then for Team Italy, coach Colossa, player 1 Atrix, player 2 Druid Thunder, player 3 Delmo. And last but not least, Team Spain, we have coach El Guardian Celta, and then we've got Paracetamor, aka Wonder, and Jotan as your players for Team. Hello, hello. Okay. It appears that the additional production value of having all three games at the same time on has resulted in a little bit of a technical difficulty there. But here I am, and we are now in the games for our first round, Team France versus Team Germany. So here we go, and we are going to see Mythos on the top here, going first with a K9 strategy, being hit with a Mold Charmy Fualos here by Fake Monster. So that is already a phenomenal start, I would say, for Fake Monster here, drawing a card off of the summon of the Joko. At the same time, here's the thing: if there's a deck that I don't know how well I would. Oh, actually, both players on a K9 strategy here. I was about to say K9 is one of the more intricate decks that I didn't necessarily expect to see in a tournament with newer players to the game. But I actually do think that maybe we're seeing a more pure approach to the K9 deck here. I wonder if anyone's going to bring out the K9 Cristrons or K9 Vanquish Souls in an environment like this, as we did see a little glimpse at the hand for Fake here with the K9 trap card there even. However, the Droll Lockbird in hand here is an interesting decision point, and I actually do like the decision of not using it here. That is not obvious to a new player, of course, but as the Moltrami Fualos is still active, you don't want to disable that with your own Droll Lockbird preemptively here. So nice move there from Fake, as we did see also an Azuna in hand, which is something for Mythos to worry about. We do activate our own copy of Azuna here, which is not going to give a draw to the Molcharmy because it does obviously only summon from hand. At the same time, though, that is going to make the Azuna on the other side live, which previously has not been usable. And if Fake goes into the extra deck, Mythos does not draw a card. But if Mythos goes into the extra deck, Fake will draw a card. So I guess we'll see how that's going to play out. As we can maybe take a little bit of a glance at what's happening over on the other tables, let's take a quick look at Duel B, as we see two different strategies facing off over there. We see Labyrinth on the bottom here for Wadi going up against the Zero of Time on Sprites, as we see a Sprite Red on the field. Lonely Sprite, though, does not have anything to tribute for its effect. So at the moment, looks like Labyrinth is slightly ahead here, as they did also go first in this game. It looks like, as we are currently in turn 3, and it is Wadi's turn. Let's see if we can snowball this position into some more, because at the moment there is only an Ariana on the board and 2 face downs, but we are in the position to attack over the Sprite Red for free. We do activate a Sprite starter here, which will give us a second level 2 on the field to potentially negate a monster effect with the Sprite Red in the future. But it also means that we have nothing left to protect this Sprite Red from just being attacked over. As this looks like we actually have, and this is interesting to me, it looks like both teams are on the same 3 decks, because if I'm taking a closer look at Duel C here, I see the same matchup but flipped. I see that for Team Germany at the top, we have a Labyrinth Duelist, And at the bottom for Team France, we have a Sprite Duelist. So it looks like all three teams have gone with a combination of Sprite, Labyrinth, and Canine, which is interesting. We summoned Sprite Blue here, and Sprite Blue is going to search. Now, the question is this a pure Sprite deck, or does it have other cards in it? That is something we're going to have to find out. This is also somewhere where these two decks could potentially differ from each other. Sprite Blue fetches a Sprite Jet for the next turn, and then I guess we'll see where that goes. Let's head over to Duel A, because the turn has just passed over to Fake here. After that, Molchami Fualos has been used. We did summon a bunch of Canine monsters, but we did not go into the extra deck even further, playing it a little bit more conservatively here. I like it. But we did allow the opponent to summon the Izuna on the first turn of the game and make a Ripper with it, which we obviously couldn't attack over. Now the Ripper is going to fetch a Jokel, and that looks like an extremely strong push here from the side of Fake. And even if there was something like a Droll and Lockbird available, the Ripper would be able to stop it. So I guess we'll have to see what that Lupus can do, really, to prevent the K9 combo from the other side here. I do have a feeling that we're seeing pure K9 decks face off against each other here, which does mean the combo potential is a little bit lower, but that honestly might lead to a much more intricate back and forth game here. So I'm actually a big fan of seeing where this one goes. I also really wonder when Mythos is going to pull the trigger on that Lupus to go into a rank 5 XYZ, because that's currently, from my perspective, the only way to interrupt Fake, because anything from hand wouldn't work. Actually, we do see a River Stormer here. Actually, is this a K9 hybrid? Did they really give a K9 hybrid, or did they really pick a K9 hybrid for a player who's just learning the game? That's very interesting to me. Let's see if they can pull it off. We do have the Ripper here immediately stopping that effect Veiler. That is fair enough. You know, we're gonna get the value from that effect. Now, future interruptions from the hand, however, would be used, as we do see the Lupus now from both sides, actually, bringing the Lupus back here to Fake as well. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that it is not just pure K9, because River Stormer could just search for Noroi here. But still, yeah. Could also be something like a Scrap Recycler. You never know. You never know. All right, here's Jax. Now, Jax is going to be able to destroy a card on the field. We could get rid of that River Stormer before it can detach and search, which is what we're choosing to do. Now there's a Ripper and a Lupus left, but there's also a Regulus. Okay, that is potentially also an Earth Machine target for your searches. But actually being in hand here is great. So we're going to bring it out there, and that's going to be big, and it's going to have a negation ready to go. I wonder what face down we're working with on the side of Mythos there. So here's the Regulus, equips itself with the River Stormer. But how much do we do have K9 forced release, which honestly the Regulus probably is just forced to stop. Otherwise, I mean, if they know what's about to happen, they are going to stop it. Good call, good call. Could have potentially, from the side of Mythos, could have thought about using that forced release before the Regulus hits the board, because the Regulus, of course, does now have the ability to stop it, but at the same time, Chaotic Elements is great follow-up here. All right, we do have another Jokel in hand now. We did already use the effect of Jokel this turn to reveal the Lantern, but we can still normal summon it because Mythos is on 2 cards in hand. Now, currently, I would say it's probably Fake who's ahead here a little bit, and depends really on how well they can capitalize of this position. At the moment, the biggest monster on the field, though, is that K9 Jax, and I believe Mythos actually left the K9 Lupus under it, so it cannot be targeted. And if that survives the turn, that's going to be really strong. We go for K9 Hound, which is good, but not strong enough to attack over the Jokul. We could potentially be looking at a Zeus line, maybe? We can take control of a monster, actually, with chaotic elements in the mirror match. That is very, very funny. We're just gonna take that Izuna until the end phase. Can we make use of it, though, or are we gonna have to give it back, is the question. Let's look at this upcoming battle phase, and after that, let's maybe take a look at what's going on in one of the other games, because I see some very interesting game states in both of these. We are in the battle phase now. Izuna, Ripper, and Hound. Nothing is big enough to get over the Jax, so the Izuna is just going to swing over that. We are going to run into the Jax. Is that a Zeus maneuver? Because that, you might think that, oh, that could be a rookie mistake, but I actually think what we're seeing here is a Zeus line. I think someone is very aware of the possibility of Zeus, which is always pretty cool to see. That's not something obvious for a beginner to immediately see, right? Zeus is something that's not usually part of your core strategy. But if you are going to go for a Zeus here, that would be one way to out this Jax. It's just a little sad that we're going to have to. Oh, actually, we don't go for Zeus. Okay. Never mind. And we're just going to have to give this Izuna back in the end phase. All right, let's go over to Duel B real quick as we see a lot of face down monsters on the field as Ariana attacks into the Sprite Red. Not big enough to run over it. Looks like a Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon was used here, but we passed the turn now. Lovely Labyrinth on the field. One face down card, but a lot of material on the field for Sprite already. So that is looking like it could be a very good swing turn here for the Zero of Time. And we have Sprite Carrot now. First action, flip it up. That means we, in theory, have a way to stop spell and trap cards. However, the Lovely Labyrinth is going to stop the Sprite Carrot from responding to any trap cards. So maybe a little bit of a false sense of security here for the Zero of Time if they think that they can stop a trap card with the Sprite Carrot, not as long as the Lovely Labyrinth is on the field. Now, how are we going to push into this? What's the other face down monster is also another question. Actually, we're going to link these two off immediately. And that is going to be Sprite Sprint. Now, do we play those nimble anglers and beavers as a target for Sprite Sprint? Probably. Let's see if it resolves, first of all. It might not. It does. Okay. And there is the Nimble Angler. Nimble Angler is going to give us 2 copies of probably Nimble Beaver from the deck. There's one Beaver, and there's another. Ooh, a Royal one. Nice. And now the question is, where can we go from here? And what? It's actually a second Daruma Karmic Cannon. Okay. We're going to be flipping those level 2s face down once more. Now, funnily enough, we didn't flip this Sprite Jet beforehand, which is very heads up, actually. In case of another Daruma Karmic Cannon, we left it face down so we can still flip it up after we force out the other one. That was pretty neat. And now we can do whatever we want because there's no more face downs. The question is, what can we do from this point? We are not locked into rank 2s yet. So once again, I'm mentioning him. Zeus is potentially an option in this board state to get rid of those Labyrinth monsters because, of course, they do have bigger defense than most of the Sprite monsters have attack points. Let's see if we can figure out a way. We're going to make a link to first. And that looks like Sprite Elf arrows. It is Sprite Elf arrows. And Sprite Elf is going to revive. Anything you want from the graveyard is going to resummon that Sprite Jet, and that has not searched yet because it was just flip summoned. And that's going to give us another Sprite Spell and Trap. But there is a response window on the other side here. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. Is it a card in hand, or is it like a Big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard? Can you activate Big Welcome Labyrinth when all you have is face down monsters? Does it require you to have a fiend? I know you can only return opponent's monsters if you have a high level fiend. But I think you might be able to return your own monsters at any point. Even a non face up. You do go for Sprite Smashers. You cannot. Okay, so then it does have to be the card in hand, right? The card in hand needs to be something. The card in hand needs to be something that can be activated. And we do go, this is a very neat way to get over these labyrinth monsters. We overlay the Sprite Elf and the Sprite Jet. Of course, normally you cannot use Link monsters for XYZ summons. Gigantic Sprite specifically allows it, as we are going to get ashed on that. Okay, Ash Blossom was the card in hand. That was the response window they had earlier. At the same time, though, this gigantic sprite is big enough to run over these Labyrinth monsters, and Labyrinth is down to basically nothing at this point. Triple Tactics Talents to boot. No more cards in hand to take away from them, but they could draw or take a monster here, depending on what they prefer. We'll think about it. Draw 2 cards was selected. All right, we need more. We need more cards. We need more cards. So a card in hand for the Zero of Time is still Sprite Smashers. And Gigantic Sprite is big enough to run over one of those labyrinths. So at the moment, I gotta give the advantage to Zero of Time. That is looking good for them. And then let's take a look at Duel C, because in Duel C, we have the same matchup but from the other side, and we also have a gigantic sprite being summoned. That Ariana, I wonder how that found its way over to the sprite player side of the field. Was that a triple tactics talents of their own to take it? Potentially. But we do see a gigantic sprite here as well, and that is going to resolve as Firat on Labyrinth is down to just one last face down card. Sprite Blue being summoned. Can it still activate? It can. There's a Sprite Jet being added. Okay. So at the moment, it looks like we have 2 Sprite versus Labyrinth matchups, and Sprite is winning both of these. So that is at least good for all the Sprite enjoyers out there. Let's take a look at Duel A, where it's the 2 K9 decks facing off against each other. And it's actually now the tides have turned. Mythos of Gaming is looking very far ahead with a K9 Werewolf and a River Stormer on the field against just 1 card on the side of Fake. And this is something you don't see very often. We're using K9 Forced Release to transform the Werewolf into something else. Normally, this is the card that summons the Werewolf. But now we're summoning on top of the Werewolf, and we are destroying the case for K9, which is the last card available for Fake Monster. We're going to go into rank down, essentially, is the right word here. Usually you rank up with this card, but we're destroying case for K9, meaning it does not get to search for a K9 monster. It does get to set for a K9 quick play spell now, but that's not going to have any impact on this game. And Mythos of Gaming is just a few points of damage away from taking the first win here for Team Germany, as all of these games are very down to the wire, I must say. We've gone back and forth in all of these matches quite a bit. Draw a card for turn here for Mythos of Gaming, and then we'll see if we can find the remaining 1900 points of damage to finish out this game. K9 Hound is going to banish the Forced Release. Ooh, and we use the K9 trap card to bring back the Werewolf, and that guarantees us the damage that we need to finish out the game. So I think it's just going to be Mythos of Gaming walking away with the first win of the day here for Team Germany. Off to a good start, and that means all they need is 1 more win in this series to take the win over Team France. GG's, both of these players, very back and forth K9 versus K9 matchup. So we're going over to Firat against Kara here, where it's looking like Kara is in a prime position to equalize the score for Team France here, as they are in a very commanding position with the Sprite deck against Labyrinth. There is 1 more face down and 1 more card to be drawn, so never count Labyrinth out. Something like a Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon could very well make a difference here. Let's see what we're working with. We're going into the main phase. Pot of Extravagance is one of the best cards to draw there because that's basically like drawing 2 cards. That's going to banish 6 cards from the extra deck and draw 2. There is no Sprite Carrot to stop it. Sets one of the cards drawn. That's another of the cards drawn. Okay, I mean, that's not technically, not really a bad sign because that's what Labyrinth is trying to do. That is pretty much exactly the game plan, is setting cards, which in other decks could be considered a sign of weakness. As we do see, however, Duel B ends with a win for Germany. And that means, since we are a best of 3 here, that is already the win for Germany. Team Germany takes a 2-0 win over Team France here in the first round. Looks like Kara would have won this game. I mean, we still don't know. There's still 3 face down cards on the side of Firat, so it's not over until it's over. But that is a guaranteed win for Team Germany already, as they are up 2 games to 0, and there's only 1 more game for Team France to potentially win. We do have to finish the games in the group stage because they are counting towards the tiebreakers, which is why we're not moving away from the match yet, even though, of course, Germany is going to take the win in this match overall. For the tiebreakers later down the line to decide who makes it into our semifinals, the individual scores do matter. So it's going to matter who's going to take this game, as we see a last desperate infinite impermanence, but that's obviously not going to stop IP Masquerena out of all monsters from finishing the last remaining life points for Firat here. So Team France not going down without a fight. We actually are going to see a win from Team France here in that game. So they are going to go to a 2-1 or 2-1 record for Team Germany here, rather. So, you know, France at least able to take one. So not out of it yet, of course. We are going to have to say goodbye to one team after our round robin stage. But as we have just started, of course, not yet. Okay, interesting stuff. So I'm trying to think, okay, Sprites is a deck that I expected today. Because I think Sprite is a good deck for someone who's just picking up the game, because it combines a lot of elements. It's decent. It's still a good deck in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. You know, it's not one of the best decks if you're trying to compete, but if you're trying to learn the game, it's completely viable. At the same time, it also does have this sort of like, it does have a pretty set game plan, right? Like it's relatively easy to understand what a Sprite deck is trying to do, and so on and so forth. But it's not too easy to the point where you don't learn anything by playing it, I think. So, yeah. All right. As we have finished our first round, it looks like Team UK has, in fact, taken down Team Spain as they walk away with 3 points for a win. And that is going to be Team Germany and Team UK on 3 points each. Team France and Team Spain on 0 points. Team Italy also on 0 points, but that is no surprise because they sat this round out, as we have 5 teams total. Of course, we can only do 1 versus 1 twice, and 1 team has to take a break in the first round. That was Team Italy. They're going to have a chance to prove themselves in the next round of the tournament, which is what we are waiting for and setting up at the moment for our next matches. I can also tell you what the matchups are for this upcoming round. We are going to be seeing Italy going up against Spain and Germany going up against UK. Now, we're going to have to wait and see which of these two is going to be our feature match, but it's going to be the first time we're going to see Italy in the tournament today going up against Spain, who have just lost their first round. And then we have the 2 winners of the first round going against each other, actually, which is Team Germany and UK, as well as Team France taking a break for the second round. So that's what we're going to be waiting for now. Okay, so Sprite, Labyrinth, and K9. I mean, I actually am a fan of the pure K9 deck. I think K9 in its pure form is actually able to produce some really fun back and forth gameplay, which I'm a big fan of. I think it's a really fun deck if played in basically in isolation. So I'm actually quite happy that we're going to see some players on the K9 deck today. I want to see more of it. So yeah, I'm being told we're watching Spain versus Italy on the second round, which I'm a fan of because we haven't seen either of these teams yet. So I want to see what kind of decks they have brought. They are choosing, yes, the decks are pre-built. Of course, we're not expecting a player completely new to the game to build a deck from scratch. They got some advice from their coaches on which decks to pick, but there was still a list of decks that they chose from. You know, we're not going to see the same 3 decks on each of the teams. I can already tell you that there are different decks being chosen in different teams. So there is that. But yes, the deck lists were probably designed by the coaches. So yeah. Any Blue Eyes? There is a Blue Eyes player in the tournament today. Yes, there is a Blue Eyes in the tournament today. I'm not going to spoil who it is, but we're going to see them at some point for sure, as everyone is going to be on stream eventually. Speaking of Blue Eyes, actually, as you just saw it pop up, there's also the Discord campaign running at the moment where you can get yourself the little Blue Eyes icon frame or decoration, avatar decoration on Discord, which I already did earlier today. All you have to do is in Discord, go to your profile and then go to quests and then select the Master Duel quest. And the quest is basically just play Master Duel for 15 minutes with your Discord open, and then you get the little icon, and it's quite easy and kind of fun. Okay, so next round, Italy versus Spain. It's going to be Atrix, Druid Thunder, and Delmo on the side of Italy versus Paracetamor, aka Wonder, and Jotan on the side of Spain. So that is going to be your players for the second round. And feel free to let me know if you're familiar with any of the content creators, who you're rooting for. You know, as I'm neither Italian nor Spanish. I'm not super familiar with some of the content creators on here. I've heard some of their names before though, actually. But yeah, let me know who you're rooting for if you're from Italy or from Spain or in general, of course. So yeah. And here we are. Here we are, Italy versus Spain, round number 2. We're going to see Paracetamor here go first with another Sprite deck. Going first here with a Sprite starter. In the main phase, there is a response window on the other side, though. Are we going to use an interruption on this Sprite starter? Do we think it's worth it? We are using the good old Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring to stop that Sprite starter in its tracks. Going to get negated and goes to the graveyard. Now we're playing a classic 4 cards versus 4 cards after Ash has been used. Let's see if the Sprite deck has another way to kick things off. Ooh, Ronin Totem. I like that one. We have another level 2. Of course, Sprite is a deck that really wants to have level 2s on the field to keep special summoning from hand. And there is a Sprite Blue. That is a phenomenal opener here for Paracetamor. Even though we've gotten hit with this Ash Blossom, we are going to be able to play and put up a significant board here. As we actually do see for the person that just asked for the Blue Eyes deck, Duel number C, which we can switch over to real quick because we haven't seen it before. AKA Wonder is on the Blue Eyes deck. Normal summoning Sage with Eyes of Blue here. Search for a level 1 spellcaster, a level 1 light tuner. So let's see what that's going to be as it does resolve. And Sage with Eyes of Blue typically fetches Effect Veiler or Maiden. Let's see what it's going to be in this case for AKA Wonder. That is going to be the Maiden of White that can place True Light on your field. All right, and Druid Thunder looks to also have something to say about this entire situation. We'll see. As actually, I do think I saw a Maxi being activated somewhere. I think it was in Duel B. Yep, the Maxi has resolved as the Nimble Beaver summons Nimble Angler, and that's going to be draws for the Labyrinth deck. That's scary for Sprites. Here's the Maiden of White for AKA Wonder. That is going to try to place the True Light onto the field. Did we draw it, or are we going to get it? No, we did draw it. Okay, that's always unfortunate because the Maiden of White can, of course, access the True Light either from hand or deck. So if you draw it, you're basically losing a card for that reason of just because you drew it. But it's okay. We're still going first. We're still resolving our cards, but we got to be in an okay spot. And we just summoned a Royal Spirit with Eyes of Blue. Got to be happy about that. That is being hit with an effect failure here, actually, by Duel Thunder. Okay. Effect failure is going to stop access to the Mausoleum of White, it looks like, which is the Blue Eyes Shield spell. Now, this is not going to stop Blue Eyes from popping off here potentially, depending on what the True Light sets. Because if you do set the Roar of the Blue-Eyed Dragon, you can still get access to the Blue Eyes White Dragon here, which is maybe what they were trying to cut off with that effect Veiler. But here comes the Blue Eyes White Dragon, and that is also going to trigger the Maiden of White in the graveyard, or AKA Wonder, setting up for a level 9 synchro, which is what the Blue Eyes White Dragon deck is really trying to do nowadays, is summon the spirit with the spirit of Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. It's funny that so far, because I'm just looking at Duel A and Duel B, which is Sprite versus Labyrinth again from both sides. So not only, it's funny to me that not only all of these teams have chosen the Sprite and the Labyrinth deck, because that makes sense to me, but it's funny that they're all facing off against each other on each other's teams in the first round immediately, first and second round. Because it's never like Sprite versus Sprite, Labyrinth versus Labyrinth, or versus any other decks. It's always Sprite versus Labyrinth. Okay, as we do end on Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon, one face down card, and the True Light. Respectable end board here from AKA Wonder. Let's see if Druid Thunder can do anything about it with 5 cards in hand. We still haven't seen what Druid Thunder even has chosen in terms of deck for this event. What format is this? This is an event where content creators who are new to the game or relatively new to the game have been taught by some Yu-Gi-Oh content creators how to play the game, and now they're facing off against each other, and they're divided into different teams from different countries. It's basically a 3 versus 3 tournament with teams from 5 different countries who have all been taught how to play Yu-Gi-Oh by some Yu-Gi-Oh content creators from that region. So yeah, we see a Maxi here. Someone has been taught well to go first and then activate Maxi, aka Wonder here, with a board and a Maxi looking good. All right, I'm back. All right, so what I was saying is the Jokul in hand for Druid Thunder, which is probably what they're wondering about right now, is not able to activate because Blue Eye Spirit Dragon actually has a very niche bonus effect that prevents 2 or more monsters from being special summoned at the same time, which is exactly what Jokul is trying to do. You know, reveal itself and another level 5, special summon both, and the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon stops that. So I wonder if Druid Thunder knew about that when they activated the case for Canine and added the Jokul, or if this is just one of those instances in Yu-Gi-Oh where you really gotta read everything about your opponent's cards. to do it perfectly. We go with a Disablaster, the Negation Fortress, as our special summon. That's going to put a level 5 onto the field. Most importantly, though, it's going to put AKA Wonder on 2 cards in hand because of the Maxi, which is actually a good thing for Druid Thunder here, because with 2 cards in hand, the K9s can now be normal summoned, and that's where the Noroi comes in for the normal summon here, and actually does use its effect to summon one from the deck. So it looks like Druid Thunder is making the decision here to just go in to this Maxi and give Frost to the opponent because, of course, they are on the back foot. They need to push into this board, into the Spear Dragon. A9 Izuna activates, trying to send the Lupus from deck to the graveyard. We have Drill Beam, actually. We did draw into a Primite card with those Max E draws, and we are going to target that Izuna to take it down and banish it, preventing the send as well. That is a very, very good card to have there. Taking away the Izuna, making sure that Druid Thunder cannot develop more monsters onto the field. And now we're left with a Noroi and a Disablaster. I mean, we can overlay these two. I have a feeling that this Maxi has been ignored in Duel B. Let's move over to Duel B and see what's going on there, because there's a lot of cards in hand. There's a lot of cards in hand of Jotan. It looks like the Sprite deck did just say, well, that Maxi doesn't concern me. I'm going in. But that is a lot of cards. That is a lot of cards for Jotan there. And I don't know if Sprite has got what it takes here to survive all of these pushes, as we do see a Dominus Impulse on the IP Masquerena trying to Link Summon. This was, of course, Sprite being hit with the Maxi when it went first, and they just decided to go for the full combo. It looks like they're ending on Sprite Elf, Sprite Sprint, IP Masquerena, and Sprite Carrot, which is a good board. When your opponent has what looks like over 10 cards in hand, it might not hold up. It might not hold up. We respond to the Dominus Impulse with the Sprite Smashers. That gives the Sprite Areas an opportunity to bring itself back. And Sprite Elf is going to give us back a Sprite Blue. Now here's my question. How valid of a win condition is it in a tournament like this to like overload your opponent with options and hope they time out? I feel like that's got to be, to an extent, a possibility that you consider. I'm not saying it's gonna happen this game. I'm not trying to jinx it, but I just feel like that is something that could happen. The question is, can it happen against Labyrinth? I suppose, because Labyrinth isn't the deck that takes a lot of time for its like combos, right? You just set your trap cards. So I feel like against Labyrinth it might not work. Okay, Dominus Impulse stops the IP Masquerena. A lot of Extravagance tossed more cards even for Jotan. And then we are kicking things off here with the main phase with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards in hand. 12 cards in hand. That's a lot of cards. That's a lot of cards. So we are using Ash Blossom on our own Ariana. Got it. I mean, we had too many cards. I suppose we're not. We're trying to even out the battlefield. We're trying to make it fair. So we're using Ash. I respect it. I respect a little bit of fair play. You know, I respect it. You had the Maxi. You have 12 cards in hand. Might as well Ash your own Ariana. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, well, must click glowing button. I mean, that is one of the things, of course, that every new Master Duel player struggles with. you get a prompt, and that is ultimately one of the most important things to learn in the beginning. Like when something pops up, when a card glows, when a prompt happens, do you click yes or do you click no? It requires a little bit of understanding of what's going on, what the cards are doing, and what the thing that you're being asked to activate would do to the game. Right? It's a very fundamental thing when you start playing this game. So it's actually very natural for mistakes to happen in this instance. Of course, there's no shame in that. And here is the two Arianas that can run over two of these monsters. The only thing that's going to survive is actually, for sure, survive is going to be the Sprite Carrot, which is actually a big deal because that's a good card to have for this follow-up turn. So maybe Sprite not quite out of it yet, although, of course, Labyrinth is working with a very, very overwhelming amount of card advantage right now. All right. Ooh, Swap Frog. I love Swap Frog. All right, we're using Big Welcome Labyrinth here. This at the moment can only return our own Ariana, but that is going to trigger some cards for Labyrinth. And this is what I mean, you know, if you can just give your opponent so many options that maybe every time something pops up, they take a little moment to think about what to do next. Maybe a timeout could be a genuine win condition here for Delmo. Because otherwise, I mean, of course, I'm looking at it through the lens of someone who's been playing this game for a long, long time. But realistically, Labyrinth should take the win with this much card advantage over Sprite. But never say never, of course. As we do see the first game actually ending over there with Sprite actually taking the win. So Sprite is winning over in Duel A. Let's see if Sprite can do it here for Team Italy. But they are on the back foot. This means that Team Spain is currently up a game. They have won the first game of the series, which means that if Labyrinth takes this one down, that is going to be the second win out of the best of three for Team Spain. So not to put any extra pressure here on Delmo because they are already under a lot of pressure and already on the back foot, but kind of need to make something happen here. Otherwise, Team Italy is going to lose this second round. Equally important, though, for Team Spain, of course, as they did lose their first round already. So if they lose this second round again, that's going to be a very, very bad start to the day. Actually, we do see a second Sprite Carrot hit the field here. Interesting. Definitely has options to negate any of those, but there's 5 back row. Negating one of those surely isn't going to make a huge difference. All right. Arias is going to summon Ariana from the hand. Okay. And the Sprite Jet is the last card in hand. That's a good one. That's a good one to have. That could lead to some more Sprite plays. You go for Sprite Starter, you know, Sprite Starter gets blue, gets red, you know, there's some plays here. I guess that's the thing, right? Maybe if we can sneak a Zeus onto this board somehow. I wonder if these two players are aware of the threat that Zeus provides here. And there is a destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon, which would put all 5 monsters face down. So we are going to tribute the Ronin Totem for the Sprite Carrot to stop this. But is there a second one? Or anything? Okay, we chain Arias. All right. Get that card back. That's neat. Elmo thinking about currently does only have the Sprite Starter in hand. And that Sprite Carrot does resolve, actually. The destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon has been stopped. Okay, massive, massive. We do trigger the effect of the field spell here to summon a fiend monster from hand or graveyard. What is it going to be? It's just another Arias. Okay. I still see a potential Zeus play. No longer, because now Sprite Starter has been activated. Now Sprite Starter has been activated, and that card does lock you into level 2s for the rest of the turn, level or rank or link 2s. So no longer able to make that Zeus clear all these cards. But here's a Sky Cavalry Centaur Rhea, and there is a second destructive Duruma Karmic Cannon, and this time they can't negate it anymore because they already used Sprite Carrot this turn. So lots of face down monsters, actually, almost looking like an Eniacraft game here. All right, Delmo passes turn, and now Jotan able to flip all these monsters. Now the question is, do we remember all the defense points on all these Sprite cards? Because Sprite Carrot actually does have a decent amount of defense points with 1900, so actually can't run over everything easily here. But we do first things first, flip everything. Now we send Arias from field to grave, chain Stovey Torby as well, clicking all the buttons. So Stovey Torby is going to have to discard a card from hand. That's Transaction Rollback is in this deck. I love it. Okay. This Labyrinth deck looks good, as we do actually see that Duel C has ended in favor of Team Italy. So currently these teams are tied 1-1, and the winner of this game is going to decide the winner of the match. It's really down to the wire here. Both of these duelists basically got their team's their team's last hope in this match. They need to win to take the match. Currently, I would say it's looking very good for Jotan, but they do need to find a way to close out this game and run over these Sprite monsters, because at the moment, nothing is even big enough to run over Sprite Carrot. Here is the big welcome Labyrinth. Now, can we start summoning the big Labyrinth monsters? That would be the way to close out this game, you know, summoning Lovely Labyrinth or Lady Labyrinth. Then we can start attacking over these Sprite monsters. There's a Lady Labyrinth being summoned. That is 3,000 attack. We can return another monster. We return itself to the hand. Okay, interesting. That is not, okay. That's not necessarily what I would have expected here, because you do want that out there on the field. Well, okay. Keep in mind, gamers, keep in mind that these are players who are new to the game, so be nice. It's a complicated game, this game that we know and love, Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, it's completely okay for players to be new and to, especially when being presented with this many options. I think the timer is also very low. I think the timer is low as we do just quickly end the turn there. I think the timer is an issue right now for Jotan. As I said earlier, that is a scary thing about, you know, having this many cards. When you're new to the game, you have 12 cards in hand, and all of a sudden, you know, every time something happens, like all these buttons glow, and you have to decide what to do. And you know, I get it. It's actually quite scary to be in a position like this. With especially, like, I would say Labyrinth, even though on the surface level it is a simple deck. In order to properly, you know, play these games out all the way until the end, it's not the easiest deck in the world to do that with. So I'm actually quite impressed by the choice of multiple people to bring the Labyrinth deck to this tournament, because, you know, it might seem easy at first, but actually playing these games to until the very end, you know, is not easy at all. As we do destroy the Sky Cavalry Centaurea with the bonus effect of the Labyrinth, which is massive. But there are still 3 face-down monsters on the side of Elmo here, 2 of which, if I remember correctly, are Sprite Carrot, and 1 is a Sprite Jet or a Sprite Blue. As we have a Cult by the Grave that we drew off the top, we're going to get rid of that Arias from the graveyard here in an open board state. Could have chained to it earlier, but decided not to. Fair enough. Flip summon the Sprite Carrot. Flip summon Sprite Jet. Flip summon the second Carrot. Now, what are we going to make happen with these? What do we even have left in the extra deck, as this game has gone on for... This is now turn number 5. I wonder how many extra deck tools we even have left. But we do have another XYZ left here. What is it? It is going to be another copy of Gigantic Sprite. But once again, if we use this effect, we cannot Zeus. We're not using the effect, actually. This might be heads up. Are we going for a Zeus? I really want to see a Zeus today. And this Zeus, if this Zeus resolves, we might be back. I mean, Labyrinth still has more cards, even if we get Zeus. Oh, there's Zeus. I think it's Zeus. Downward first. Okay. 4 material Zeus. 4 material Zeus. Oh, wait. There it is. Okay, hold up. Delmo trying to bring it back for Team Italy. Is it just it was? Oh, there were multiple imperms there. I think Jotan is very low on time. I think Jotan, okay, now with this new turn, actually gonna get as we get a glimpse at the card count in deck, 9 cards left in deck for Jotan. But they should now have more time. Ooh, is there Typhon in this deck? Typhon would be very good here. Come on, one for the win rate. One little Typhon for the win rate here. Unless Pot of Extravagance got rid of it. Unless Pot of Extravagance got rid of it. No, it's there. It's there, and that is the classic matchup of Zeus versus Typhon. And I think that Typhon might as well be the match winner here for Team Spain, because that's gonna put Delmo on 0 cards after we use the effect, and Zeus cannot do anything about it because it's 3,000. And now Typhon beats Zeus as it is intended by the lore. Goodbye, Zeus. Hello, Typhon. Nice. All right, and now Typhon swings for 2,900. That is not quite half of what's left for Delmo's life points, but very, very close to it. No face downs, though, from Labyrinth. Does maybe open us up to like a top deck here. Maybe a Nimble Beaver or a Sprite Starter or something like that. Little help from the top of the deck here. What is it? Oh, it is Nimble Beaver. Oh, it is Nimble Beaver. No, nah. Nah, I can't handle this. Nimble Angler from the graveyard. Now the question is, how much do we have left in the extra deck? Is what I'm wondering. Like, what do we have left? Also, I do think there's... Ooh, Big Welcome Labyrinth here is not great. That's just going to able to... That only returns your own Typhon. Oh, goodbye, Typhon. I mean, it does trigger some graveyard effects, maybe. Like Stoby Torby. Maybe we wanted that. We get Stoby Torby. We get Chandelier. We get Welcome. We do get a lot of cards from this. Hey, it might be intended. It might be intended. Look at all these cards. This is, of course, one of the scariest things about the Labyrinth deck in a grind game. It is so strong. Now, I don't want to jinx it, but the Typhon, the Zeus and the Typhon are both left in the extra deck again because they both have been returned. So we could see the exact same sequence actually of Typhon as Zeus being made and then Typhon being made to counter it 2 times in the same match, which is crazy. Here's Sprite Elf though. That is massive that they still have that. They still have Sprite Elf. So Sprite Elf can bring back Blue or Jet to get another search. Gigantic. Okay. Bring back Gigantic without material. Doesn't really threaten anything, because even if you do make Zeus on that, it both only have one material and can't activate with that. I'm not quite sure where this leads because you can't use the Sprite Elf as link material. As we do just pass the turn, okay. Dude, I don't know. I just wanna stop saying like who's ahead in this match because I've said it like 15 times and every time something happened to change my mind. So I'm just gonna lean back and enjoy the show at this point. Is how I'm feeling about it because yeah, you get me. We do chain Sprite Elf here to the Welcome Labyrinth, which is good, because that does prevents the Lady Labyrinth from setting a trap. And we are using Big Welcome Labyrinth maybe for the first time now to return an opponent's card to the hand, because we do have the Lady Labyrinth on the field. We can do that now. Is this some off-meta tournament? No, this is a tournament where content creators from all over Europe have been taught how to play Yu-Gi-Oh for the very first time. So these are players who are new to the game. And essentially there were a few coaches. Some of your favorite Yu-Gi tubers have tried to teach these players how to play Yu-Gi-Oh over the last couple of days and weeks, and now they're facing off in the tournament with each other. But most importantly, they are not being coached while they're playing. They cannot like ask, hey, what should I do here? They are playing on their own. They do have to, you know, decide what to do themselves, which is a very fun aspect. You know, if they were just being told what to do during the game, you know, it would. I feel like it would take a lot away from the idea of what this is supposed to be about. And I think these games are quite entertaining so far. I'm actually quite happy with how it's been going so far. I thought these games so far have been awesome and back and forth and interesting. And honestly, for people who are playing this game for maybe a week or two now, it's genuinely not bad. It is genuinely not bad. Of course, when you're looking at it through the lens of someone who's been playing this game forever, you do see things that they could be doing differently. But it's genuinely not bad what's happening here from both sides or from each player we've seen so far. All right, we are in the battle phase here for Jotan. The game is not going to end this turn again, as we do not have the means to attack over this gigantic sprite. I wonder why these Stovey Torbis have been aggressively placed in attack mode every single time they've returned from the graveyard. No exception. They're in attack mode every time, which is funny to me. But hey, look, I'm all here for it. Okay, Nimble can you? Is there even a world in which Delmo draws another card off the top that isn't Nimble Beaver turn after turn after turn? We've drawn Nimble Beaver now like 2 turns in a row, when it was like one of the best things we could have drawn. Another Sprite Elf. Is that the third one? Oh no, we returned it with the Big Welcome Labyrinth, of course. No. We returned it. Yeah, we returned the Sprite Elf, so now they have access to another one. And now we bring back Sprite Jet. Does Sprite Jet still have targets? It does still have targets. Okay. Ooh, we are we've learned about the transaction rollback technology. We're copying infinite impermanence. I like that, but we can't target the Sprite Jet. We cannot target the Sprite Jet. I'm not sure we knew about that. Could have done this a little earlier to stop the Sprite Jet from even returning. You know, when Sprite Elf activates to bring back the Jet, we could have negated it. That would have actually been a pretty cool play there. Ooh, the Gamma Burst. And if these attack position Stovey Torbis now are the reason why we lose to this Gamma Burst, actually, there's a fun interaction here. The Sprite Gamma Burst, and this is something that not even some of the veteran Yu-Gi-Oh players will know. Sprite Gamma Bursts actually buffs the monsters on both sides of. So the Stovey Torbies will also gain attack from the Gamma Burst. So it, from what I'm seeing, I still don't think this is game. But who knows what else they have here. Oh, that is game. If that works, that's game. That is 100% game. The Shadow Mosquito, that's 100% game if they figure this one out. Now, we are attacking into the Ariana, which means we're taking a pretty hefty amount of damage. When we could have attacked Stovey Torby. We're placing a counter on Lady Labyrinth. Actually, you don't take damage from this one. But from that one, you would. Does Labyrinth have nothing to do anything about this? Is Labyrinth actually going to go down to this? There's no way. The next attack does it. The next attack does it if they don't do anything about this. I think it will. Okay. The Shadow Mosquito finish? Oh, and see, this is exactly why, like 10 minutes ago, I said I'm gonna stop saying who's ahead. Because Labyrinth looked like it was ahead for the majority of that game. The majority of that game, Labyrinth was ahead. They got what was it? They got like 15 cards off of Maxi. And they still found a way to get there. And that was fun to watch. I loved that one. I loved that. That was awesome. Okay. Italy takes down Spain with that win in the second round. As we do get an overview of our leaderboard, it looks like Team Germany in the background has taken down Team UK. So Team Germany currently leading with a score of 6 points. Team Italy has just gotten their first win, 3 points. Team UK is at a 1-1 record, so they have 3 points. Team France lost the first round and then had a break in the second round, so they're still on 0 points. And Team Spain, unfortunately, lost the first 2 rounds, so they are still currently at 0 points, but they're not out of it yet. Like I said, we're playing a total of 5. We have a round robin with 5 teams. So essentially, each of these teams is going to play 4 matches. So Team Spain could very well still come back to a 2-2 score overall. Okay. That means on the next round, we are going to see Germany face off against Italy. Now, that is an interesting one because both of these teams so far have not lost today. Germany is currently at a 2-0 record in matches, so they got 6 points. Italy is only on 3 points, but that's because they've only played 1 round so far. As we have 5 teams in contention, of course, each round, 1 team has to sit out. Italy has not played the first round. They won the second round, so both of these teams are undefeated. So we're going to see 2 teams with pretty good preparation so far, probably going into this. As I do believe that it's going to be the round in which okay. So the other match is going to be France versus the UK. And it's going to be a break time for Spain, who are going to have to take a little bit of a breather. You're 0-2, not the great start, probably not what they were hoping for, but they still have a chance to come back. They still got 2 more rounds to play in round 4 and round 5. And I think if they win both of these, they will still very well be in contention for our semifinals spot. So that's going to be exciting to see still for Team Spain. Now, of course, if they do lose the next one, it's going to be hard to come back from that one. But for now, we're going to take a look at Germany versus Italy. I do think if Germany wins this and they take away a third win, that would guarantee them a spot in the semifinals. And Italy, of course, also wants to win its second round to stay undefeated. So we're going to see how that goes. Now, for Team Germany, the lineup was, let me try to remember, it was Canine, Labyrinth, and Sprite. And for Italy, it was it the same 3? No, actually, I can check actually. Let me not second guess. It was Labyrinth, K9, and Sprite. Yeah, both of these teams are on those 3 decks. So, I mean, at the moment, looks like the meta in this tournament is the K9, Labyrinth, and Sprite lineup is doing the best at the moment. Looks like that is the winning recipe so far. But I guess we will see. All right. So, as a reminder, next round Germany, Mythos of Gaming, Zero of Time, and Firat Usta versus Team Italy on Atrix, Druid Thunder, and Delmo. That is going to be your 2 teams as we are jumping in Atrix versus Mythos of Gaming. And that is going to be Atrix on, we've seen previously, the Labyrinth deck, and Mythos of Gaming on the pure K9 deck. As we see in a Duel B and Duel C, we've got the other matchups. We've got Delmo going up against Firat, and Delmo is rocking the Sprite deck, and Firat is rocking the Labyrinth deck. And in Duel C, that means we've got Druid Thunder on K9 versus the Zero of Sprite on the Zero of Time on Sprite. All right. Let's see what we're working with here. We have an Ash Blossom being used on Ariana, the Labyrinth Servant. That's fair enough. Stopping the search of a Labyrinth card. As we see in Duel B, we see... Oh, let's move over to Duel B, actually. This is interesting. We see Nimble Beaver summoning Nimble Angler, and on resolution of that, we see the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler, to set a trap from the hand to immediately use it on the first turn or to summon a Labyrinth monster. Let's see. We chain Max C to that on our first turn against Labyrinth. We discard the Max C. Okay, I wonder if that's going to maybe come back to bite them later, that they don't have that card anymore. As we do just set the Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon for a first turn interruption here. And this could stop Sprite in its tracks if we immediately use the Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon, and we even got rid of the Maxi from the opponent's hand without actually trying to special summon. So, but we don't use it. Oh, okay. That's risky. What if there's a Sprite Carrot in hand? Or Blue? Or Jet? Elmo has infinite beavers. Yeah, today, one thing I want to find out is, can we see a Delmo turn that does not start with normal summon Sprite Beaver? Because so far the answer is no. So far the answer is no. It hasn't happened. Oh, okay. Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon here sets the Gigantic Sprite face down. And with the normal summon being used, the only possible way to extend here would be the Sprite starter, which it looks like is not in Delmo's hand. So it's going to be set 1 pass, and now it's over to Labyrinth trying to capitalize on the situation. Now, one thing that is going to be hard here for Labyrinth is actually getting that Gigantic Sprite off the board, because it does have 1600 attack, and Ariana the Labyrinth Servant, which is your best normal summon in Labyrinth, also has 1600 attack. So that's not big enough to run over the Gigantic Sprite here. Infinite Impermanence is even going to stop the search. That is going to trigger the Labyrinth Butler in the graveyard, though, to bring itself back. So maybe we can make something work with that. It's not big enough to run over the Gigantic Sprite itself, but maybe if we have a Chaos Angel in the deck, that would be a perfect spot to use that here. Or any other Link monsters that we might have access to get over this Gigantic Sprite. I don't know exactly what the extra deck for these players is looking like. Let's just see if Theorod figures out a way to get over this Gigantic Sprite. We are accessing the extra deck. That is a Chaos Angel. That is massive. Okay. It is not a light plus dark Chaos Angel, but it is still a banish for this Gigantic Sprite, and that leaves Delmo on 2 cards in hand. And now we can set our trap cards, be ready for that next turn. We even dish 3,500 points of damage out here, and that's going to be a pretty big lead here for Firat in this first game. for the Labyrinth deck going up against the Sprites. 3 cards left in hand for Delmo. Are we going to start with Nimble Beaver again? I feel I'd be surprised if not, honestly. Just show me the Beaver. Go for it. Maybe not. Ooh, okay, we found Sprite Starter. We found Sprite Starter, and here is the Welcome Labyrinth in response. But Sprite Starter, that is almost certainly the card we drew for turn, because like I said last turn, that would have been a way to extend after the Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. So the Sprite Starter, likely the new card in Delmo's hand, and it is a really good one. It is a really, really good one. And it finds the Sprite Jet. Okay, now the big question is, what is that last face down for Firat? Does it have any capabilities of interrupting the Sprite combo here? Of course, we do have the lovely Labyrinth on the field already. So if we have a removal trap here, that would be massive. So far, we're letting everything happen. Let's move over to Duel C real quick as we see the canines pop off against the Sprites, actually, here for Druid Thunder. Zero of Time is in trouble. It is turn 2, main phase 1, so Canine is popping off, and they do have a battle phase here. Looks like the Gigantic Sprite was maybe stopped with something like Ash Blossom or Effect Veiler on the first turn of the game. And now we see this huge Canine board threatening to maybe even win the game on this turn. We do some quick math in the head. Noroi, no, it was not quite enough yet. Maybe if we can put some more damage out there. All right, we have a Nashknight ready to take that Gigantic Sprite and attach it. That's going to make way for direct attacks. The game could end on this turn, and even if it doesn't, though, to be fair, even if it does not end this turn, I feel like Druid Thunder is in a very, very good position here. There goes the Gigantic Sprite. There's the Nashknight. And we are going to rank up into the probably the Masquerade. Yeah, we are going to rank up into the Masquerade. This is 6,200 damage. Not quite enough. We do need to add a little bit more to that in order to take the win here. But it looks like that's it. So we are going to give a little bit of a chance for a comeback to the Zero of Time. But I'm not sure how well the Sprite deck can really deal with this situation with just 2 cards in hand. So I think this is looking very, very good for Team Italy in this duel here. Let's see what they draw for turn here. We are going to go standby phase, main phase. Let's see what they got. It is Nimble Beaver, but that is no match for the Umbral Horror Masquerade if they use it. Because that is not only going to stop the Nimble Beaver, but also going to take the last card out of the hand. And that is what they do. Druid Thunder activates the Masquerade. Negates the Nimble Beaver and discards the Effect Veiler. And that is probably it, unless they have Typhon, maybe? Hit the Sprite deck? I don't know if they do, actually. We've seen it from the Labyrinth deck. Looks like the answer is no. So this is going to be a win for Team Italy, as we see Duel B, on the other hand, ending in favor of Team Germany, as Firat takes down the the Sprite deck from Team Italy. And there's the win here for Team Italy, and that is a 1-1. Let's move over to Duel A quickly, because that is going to decide the outcome of this match. Mythos of Gaming versus Labyrinth, looking in a good position with the K9 deck with the Royal Ripper. It doesn't look like it's going to be the win on this turn immediately, but I mean, basically, Atrix down to no cards at all after this battle phase is going to remove this Muckraker from the field. And that is looking phenomenal for Mythos of Gaming. That would, if Mythos actually manages to close out this game, that would be a flawless first 3 rounds for Team Germany, as they would advance to a 3-0 match record, 9 points, which would pretty much guarantee that we would see them in the semifinals later on in the day, even before we have 2 more rounds to be played in the round robin even. But looks like Germany is walking through this. Okay, we even have the technology to destroy our own case for K9 with the Masquerade. So that's that. We do go into the battle phase here. Not enough damage to close out the game. But Labyrinth down to no cards up against this field. Gonna have a really hard time to come back from it. Let's see what they draw. I don't even know what card. I mean, probably Pot of Extravagance into some more stuff is what needs to happen here, realistically. The Labyrinth deck does have Pot of Extravagance, but I also don't know if we would have thought about it for this long. We're not using it. Okay. We are not using it. Okay, the Masquerade gets destroyed, but with the Ripper search, surely Mythos of Gaming is gonna find a way to close out this game. There's a chaotic element. There's the Lantern. And Lantern targets Noroi. And that is going to be enough damage for Mythos to close out this game. And that's, like I said, I mean, we still got some buttons left to click, you know. Might as well search that case for K9 just in case. You never know what they drew. Maybe you need to play around something, but you do have the Ripper as well to negate a card activated in hand. So pretty safe here, but Mythos of Gaming is going to show off all the combos they practiced with the K9 deck. You know, didn't learn those for nothing. Did not learn those for nothing. There's the Regulus with the River Stormer. Yep. Playing it extra safe. I mean, who knows? Maybe there's a rollback in the graveyard that we can't see, that the Regulus would actually stop. And there we go. Regulus swings for 2,800, and the Ripper is going to deal the final blow. And Team Germany walks out of this match the winner with now 9 points after 3 rounds. Flawless tournament so far from Team Germany. Well played from both sides again. Team Italy down to a 1-1 record after having a break in the first round, but still very well in it, and honestly also well fought this round. It was close. They really managed to take it all the way to the third game, and that was obviously taken by Mythos of Gaming there. But, you know, it's not over for Team Italy at all. They already have a win under their belt. They lost this round to Team Germany, who are probably guaranteed in the semifinals with that win, because there's a total of 4 rounds to be played for every team, and they've won 3 of those so far. So I think they're pretty set, pretty guaranteed to be in the top 4. Whereas for everyone else, it is still up for grabs. as we are actually jumping into Team France versus Team UK, which is going on in the background already. This is Team UK, actually. This is the first time we're seeing Team UK in the tournament here. As actually, let's immediately jump to Duel B here, as we're seeing a deck that we haven't seen at all yet today here. We've got Boba on Mimighuls, with the Mimighoul dungeon resolving. Of course, Mimighoul, a strategy that is relatively new and pretty fun. It revolves around little flip monsters that you summon to your opponent's side of the field, and then you force them face up, and then they have some negative flip effects for your opponent, and then run back to your side. It's pretty cool, which is also, I honestly, when I looked at the lists for this tournament, when I looked at all the archetypes that players have chosen, this is the one I was the most interested in seeing, because it is such a, I feel like it's a very intricate deck. You know, I'm very interested to see how Boba is going to maneuver this deck, because it does not play itself. It really does not play itself, I feel like. But it looks like they're in a good spot here. Team UK already has a win. And it honestly, Mimighoul is looking good here against Labyrinth. We have the Infinite Impermanence onto the Ariana, as Wadi actually changed the Big Welcome Labyrinth from the graveyard, though, to return the Ariana to hand. That is going to dodge the Infinite Impermanence. Well done. And the Ariana, as a result, is going to resolve here. Now, here's one thing I don't know, since we just joined this game in the middle of it. I don't know how many triggers are going to happen from this Big Welcome Labyrinth returning the Ariana, because it could go anywhere. It could range anywhere from 0 triggers to like 4. We could trigger like Chandelier, 3, probably 3. Chandelier, Stovey Torby, or Welcome Labyrinth. All 3 are possibilities. Let's see if they got any. There's a Chandelier. Okay, 1. Just 1 trigger and a Lady Labyrinth in hand. Okay, fair enough. Now, Lady Labyrinth does have to summon in defense. Chandelier back to hand. But Lady Labyrinth also cannot be targeted by this Fenrir, as long as you have a set card. What it can add, as it is actually the Mimighoul's turn here. Fenrir searches for another Fenrir. Maybe use that later. But nothing is big enough to run over this Lady Labyrinth right now. And we can't attack, and we can't target it either. But we do have 2 level 1s now. Maybe we can make something happen with that. A giant Mimighoul, maybe? It is an Exceed summon. And it is giant Mimighoul, indeed. That can add any Mimighoul card from deck to hand. But it also does target for the other effect, so it cannot out. It cannot out the Lady Labyrinth either, while there's a face down card. As we see in Duel C, the equalizer here, once again, another game that is going all the way into this all-important game 3, because we have France taking the win in that one, bringing the series to a 1-1. And now the question is it going to be Mimighoul for Boba or Labyrinth for Wadi, who's going to bring their respective teams to victory in this round? And this one, honestly, this one could still go either way. It's a very, very open game state. I mean, technically, the Mimighoul deck does have more cards right now. But at the same time, this Lady Labyrinth seems to be a huge problem. Untargetable, huge defense. We run into it. Is this another Zeus setup? It could very well be. At the same time, why did we set a card before we make Zeus? Is my question. The Fenrir also attacks. Okay. Maybe thought they could banish with the Fenrir there, but realizing once again the lady can't be targeted. And there we do see an overlay on the giant Mimighoul. Is it the Zeus? The downer technology in this deck as well. Okay. We do see a 4 material Zeus in a moment here for the second time. And there it is. There's the second Zeus. Or the second Zeus of the day, I should say. Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon here. A little late. The Zeus can respond. The Zeus can respond if they want to. But they would wipe their own cards off the field, you know? But if you don't chain, then maybe the Lady Labyrinth is going to set another trap card. I feel like we also don't want that, right? I honestly, even though this is actually a pretty negative exchange in terms of card advantage for Boba here, I think getting this Lady Labyrinth off the field is worth it ultimately. And they do agree. They chain the Zeus. We're going to get that wonderful animation again. Love that. And that is going to send everything away. The Zeus ends up face down at the end of this interaction because the Karma Cannon still resolves, but that's fine, I guess. And we are going to the end phase. Okay. 3 cards in hand for Labyrinth to deal with that Zeus face down. And we did see earlier on that the Labyrinth deck does have Typhon in it. So Typhon, a very, very big possibility here for Wadi if they do realize it's an option. Detach 2 materials indeed. All right, normal summon Ariana. It's the perfect normal summon here. Just get your search and then make Typhon, I suppose, is the plan. I mean, it's gotta be, right? That's gotta be the plan. Okay, we spend an Effect Veiler on the Ariana. Okay, that either means we have 2, or we are not planning to Effect Veiler the Typhon. Or maybe we're just not aware of it. That's also an option, of course. As, once again, reminder, this tournament is a tournament in which some players new to the game are facing off against each other. These players are basically coming off of a 1 to 2 week preparation phase where they've looked at the game of Yu-Gi-Oh for maybe the first time in their lives. So, you know, it's completely normal to maybe not be aware of Typhon in your first week of playing the game. So could very well be the case here that they just don't know that the Typhon is about to happen. If it is about to happen, I don't, maybe it's banished with something like Pot of Extravagance previously, I don't know. But no, there it is, and that's a beautiful answer to that face down Zeus. Because of course, otherwise it would be really hard to get over that Zeus, but Typhon can just spin it. Makes sense why there's so much Sprite. I mean, yeah, there's a couple of themes here that multiple players have. There's multiple Sprite decks, multiple Labyrinth decks, a couple of K9 decks, mostly all pure. I think that's just due to those decks being easier to pick up for newer players, and I think that's good. I quite like the selection of decks for these players here because nothing here is like too easy or too simple to the point where you don't learn anything when you play it. But nothing is too complicated to the point where, you know, you can't expect a new player to really play one of those decks, right? I think these decks are just pretty much in the middle in terms of like complexity, and I think that's perfect for an event like this because you don't want the decks to be too hard or too easy. At least the way I see it. And there is actually a double Effect Veiler. Nice. That's very heads up. They didn't just waste the first Effect Veiler on the Ariana. They actually did have a second one for a potential Typhon. So, and that's huge. That is huge. That means the Zeus is going to survive. And now we've seen the Typhon defeat the Zeus earlier today. This turn, we might very well see the Zeus defeat the Typhon, which is awesome. If that's going to happen, let's see. But once again, in these simplified game states, I would actually say Labyrinth is very, very hard to beat, because we saw earlier they have Stovey Torby and Chandelier in the graveyard. So if they manage to resolve any trap to get a monster off the field, we could be looking at so much follow-up from Labyrinth here. And there's a big welcome Labyrinth. If there's no Ash Blossom, there is no Ash Blossom. That's massive. That is so good. That is so good for Labyrinth here. If you go for Lovely, return the Typhon, and then trigger all of your effects, that could be massive. Is Lady Labyrinth, though? Okay, interesting. I feel like Lovely to destroy the Typhon, the Zeus would have been really good here. Maybe actually, now that I'm thinking about it, we are in turn 8 already. There's a real possibility that the Lovely Labyrinth is already banished from something like Fenrir, because we saw Fenrir in play earlier. It's possible that Lovely Labyrinth is already gone. I could absolutely imagine that being the case. Alright, Chandelier back in hand. Welcome Labyrinth is going to reset, but the problem is, it doesn't matter if you reset it if the Zeus is going to send it anyways, because the very next action could be flip Zeus, activate effect. We're not flipping it yet, though. We normal summon Mimighoul Archfiend. And that is going to force this face-down monster into attack mode. And that is going to destroy the Lady Labyrinth and then run over to the other side of the field. I love these Mimighouls. It's such a fun deck. It's such a fun deck. Okay. And now we've got all the tools available. Open board on the other side. There's a set card, but it can't be activated this turn because it is that Welcome Labyrinth that has just hit the field. Zeus gets flipped again. We go to the battle phase. Maybe some timer issues here for Boba. I could imagine that being the case. You know, like I said earlier, the Mimighoul deck, not the easiest deck to pilot, so it wouldn't surprise me if they needed to take a little bit of extra time to think about these steps. Don't want to take too long, though. Main phase 2. End phase looks like... I feel like we're low on time. A face down XYZ keeps materials? Yes. The materials do not fall off if a XYZ is flipped face down. They stay. Any Weather Painter deck? There's no Weather Painter deck today. No Weather Painter deck. Okay, actually, I was wrong. There was a Lovely Labyrinth still in rotation. That's pretty good, honestly, to still have that. But it would have been really, really good last turn as well. And we are so scared of this Lovely Labyrinth that we are going to use Zeus here on this board. We chained the big Welcome Labyrinth to also get rid of the Zeus. As a result of this, the board is going to be completely empty in a moment. Because the Zeus goes back to the extra deck. We do get that lovely animation again. And now the board is completely open. And now it's anyone's game again. With Labyrinth, of course, being a little bit lower on life points. But with the Great Grind game. Now, I will say, there is still a Fenrir in hand on the other side. And Fenrir is good here. Fenrir is big enough to go for game here, potentially. Let's see if Wadi has a way to prevent that from happening, though. Because otherwise, maybe we'll just see Fenrir attack. Dude, we're in turn 10. Here's the Welcome Labyrinth, but I think Fenrir just does it here if they do it properly. I think Fenrir probably just does it, unless there's maybe another big Welcome Labyrinth in the graveyard that I'm not aware of, or a transaction rollback. That's always the hard thing with joining a labyrinth game like in the middle of it, because there could be other things involved that I don't know because they're in the graveyard. But on paper, just from the board state on the field, the Fenrir can finish the game here if they just go attack the Arias, affect the Fenrir, banish the Arias, and then go directly, which is what they're setting up for right now. Here's the attack. Here's the effect. There goes the Arias. Are we going to continue the attack? Yes, we are. And Fenrir walks it home for Team UK. And Team UK defeats Team France in a nail-biter series with a 2-1 victory. That was once again, and I can't repeat it often enough, another really close series with a lot of back and forth. I really enjoyed that one. Well played, both sides. GG Wadi really tried, but also really, really cool to see the Mimighoul deck show up in today's tournament, which is always a pleasure because it's such a fun deck, but also a deck that requires definitely a lot of like intricate knowledge, and it's not the easiest deck to play. So I'm really happy that that one of the players was took the risk of picking it for this tournament and actually managed to pilot it to a victory here in this round. That was awesome to see. So that is our third round in the books. Currently, it's looking really good for Team Germany, who are pretty much guaranteed in the semifinals because they've won all 3 rounds so far. Team UK is sitting at a 2-1 record. Not bad. Not bad, Team UK. Well played. Team France is sitting at a 1-1 record because they've had a break so far. Team Italy is sitting at a 1-1 record because they've already had their break as well. Team Spain is sitting at a 0-2 record with one break already had. So Spain needs to step up their game. They need to win round 4 and 5 to stay in this tournament. Whereas Italy and France are still doing okay, and UK and Germany are doing really well right now. So we're gonna have to wait a second for round 4 to begin, which is going to be France versus Spain. In the next round is going to be our feature match, and both of these teams really need to win that next round ideally. Like I said, currently both of these teams have played 2 matches. France is sitting at a 1-1 record. Spain is sitting at a 0-2 record. So if Spain loses this, they are in a really bad position. If France loses this, then both teams are going to be sitting at 1-2, which is also not really where you want to be. This is our current score. I do believe we've seen a win from Team France at some point, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe I just yapped. I felt like we saw a win from Team France somewhere. But I'm being told we didn't actually. Okay, I apparently I lied. France actually is on 0 points. Unfortunately, I thought we saw a win from them, but I guess I was wrong. They did lose. Oh yeah, they lost the first round to Germany. They didn't play in the second round, and they lost the third round to the UK. Oh, actually, okay, my bad. Yeah, Team France and Team Spain are facing off against each other. Neither of these two teams has won a match so far. So the loser of this next match is going to be in a really, really tough position. Not guaranteed to be eliminated yet, I don't think, but you really don't want to be the only team going to a to out of this one with 0 wins. So I mean, actually, if Spain loses, because Spain hasn't had a break yet, so Spain is 0-3. If Spain loses this, they are 0-4, and they are guaranteed to be eliminated. Yes, if Spain loses this one, they are eliminated. But if France loses, they still have one more match to play, and they could salvage it and go to a 1-3 record and maybe make it out of it, right? So yeah. Whew. Whew, 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 whew. Okay. Well, everything's on the line in this next match for Spain and France. And Spain, especially, this is going to be, if they lose this, this is going to be the last time we see them today, as they are going to be on a essentially 0-3 record or something. Yes. Oh yeah, the way the tiebreakers work, of course, if two teams are on the same score at the end of it, the team who has won against that team, like basically, let's say two teams are both 1-3, but one team has beaten the other team, then that team would be in fourth and the other one would be in fifth, which means that if Spain loses to France, they will basically be guaranteed out because they would lose the tiebreaker here. So the loser of this match is in a really bad spot either way, is the situation. As we see the games begin, we see Kara going first for Team France, up against Labyrinth from Jotan. Let's go over to Duel B, because this is our only Blue Eyes duelist in the tournament here on AKA Wonder on the side of Team Spain. And if they lose this match, it might be the last time we see the Blue Eyes deck in action. But AKA Wonder going first here with the Primite Ether Barrel. Wadi responds with a Max C. That's okay, honestly. The Blue Eyes deck is one of the better decks against Max C. You can just set up your Primite stuff and call it a day, I suppose. You don't want to give too many draws into the Max C either way. AKA Wonder actually decides to use the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. A tale as old as time, Ash Blossom negates Max C. And we do chain Arias, though. Okay, what kind of trap are we getting? What kind of trap do we have? No, we just special Ariana. Okay. Getting a little bit of a head start on this Ariana. Now, Ether Barrel is going to set a Primite spell, which is going to be the Drill Beam directly, not going for the Lordly Load. Maybe has it in hand already and was trying to baiting like an Effect Bailer on the Ether Barrel. But the Ariana is going to be able to search here. As we actually see in Duel A and Duel C, we see the Sprite deck going first for both sides, which it is very good at going first, and it looks like both players are actually going... Actually, were they going first in Duel C? Because Jotan is down to 2 cards only. Maybe they were not going first. Dominus Purge is being used on the Ariana. Okay, no search for you, but you do get back your Arias. Okay. Now, what do we have left for AKA Wonder here? We do go for the Link 1. The big question is, do we have access to any of the Blue Eyes engine, right? We can access the Blue Eyes field spell. The Blue Eyes field spell does allow us a secondary normal summon. If we do have Sage in hand here, this is basically the perfect start for Blue Eyes. You couldn't really ask for a better start if you do have a Sage with Eyes of Blue here. But if not, it's actually not that crazy of a start. If not, we're not actually going to end on that much. We do have the Drill Beam, which is good. It's a good card to have. But if this is it... Okay, we have the Lordly Load. That makes sense because we didn't set it with the Ether Barrel. That's going to give us a second Ether Barrel for next turn. But that's not of much use this turn. And we are going to use the Lordly Load to summon a second copy of Blue Eyes White Dragon. But that indicates to me we might not have that normal summon that we need. In which case, this could be the end of the turn already. Ooh, is it Seals? It's Seals time. Okay. Love that. Set another card. Okay, Seals pass. Love that for us. Normally, that's, I would say, a really, really good start. The problem here is that Labyrinth can immediately go to the battle phase because they already have monsters established to force that Seals out, you know? Like, that's essentially a situation you're trying to avoid with the Hieratic Seals, is if your opponent has a very easy way to force it out. Because, of course, Hieratic Seal, the Heavenly Spheres, does allow to return a card back to the hand. But in the case of Wadi here, they actually have 2 cards on the field that they don't mind going back to the hand at all. In the case of Ariana, it would even be good for them if it returned to the hand. So, yeah. Let's take a quick look at Duel A here, as it is the Canine deck going second into the Sprite deck. If we can get Duel A on screen real quick. Yep. We see a Ripper, a Lantern, and a Jokel staring down a Sprite Red and a Gin Buster. However, the Gin Buster has already used its effect as there are no more materials under it. Looks like K9 could actually overwhelm the Sprite field here. I mean, as of now, they can already just attack over everything. Everything is bigger. That's the thing. With Sprite versus K9, one is a rank 2 deck, the other one is a rank 5 deck. All of the level 5s in K9 are just bigger than the Sprite monsters. So I feel like naturally you do have a little bit of an advantage there. We do overlay Lantern and Jokel into the River Stormer. Question is, has that Sprite Red used its effect already? Because if it hasn't, then stopping that River Stormer is really good. Ooh, we see Disablaster to Negation Fortress. That's just 500 attack, though. Let's see what this River Stormer... Oh, the Sprite Red can still activate. Okay. So we tribute an XYZ monster here, which means we can also destroy the River Stormer. Yeah, which begs the question of why didn't we attack the Sprite Red first? But okay, still a good spot for K9. Still has the biggest monster on the field. We have K9, Labyrinth, Sprite, Blue Eyes, Mimighoul. Any other decks? Let me check for you. We've seen everyone on stream so far already, so I'm not spoiling anything. We do have Sprite, Labyrinth, K9, Mimighoul, Blue Eyes. No, those are the different decks we have. Yeah. Those are all the different decks we have. All right, let me try to get an overview here. We see the first win for Team France. Oh, Team Spain really, really on the back foot here. We see the first win for Team France in Duel C already as Kara takes the win against Jotan. And this game is also looking close. It's looking good for Spain in Duel B at least, aka Wonder with the Blue Eyes deck is representing. Let's take a closer look at Duel B and see if they can close it out and keep Team Spain in the running for this round. We see a Blue Eyes Jet Dragon. And now it is turn 3, so it is aka Wonder's turn again. Trying to return the Ether Barrel back to the hand in the standby phase, it looks. So this is a good position for Blue Eyes at least. So keeping the hope alive here for Team Spain to stay in the tournament for aka Wonder. Let's see. I mean, Labyrinth is down to just a Lovely on the field, and Blue Eyes has a lot of cards to work with. So I'd be surprised if aka Wonder didn't find a way to do anything here. And it's not looking too bad in Duel A either for Team Spain. Maybe the hope is alive. The Sprite deck is really carrying there, even though the K9 was looking pretty good in the previous turn. But that one little misstep of not attacking over the Sprite Red before it could use its negation might really come back to bite them here. Drill Beam resets for aka Wonder, which is a really important resource in the grind game, especially if you can hit the Lovely Labyrinth with it. That would be phenomenal. All right, we're going to use the Mausoleum of White. Targeting the Ether Barrel to make it even stronger. Not strong enough, though, to attack over the Lovely. But after... Wait, this Lordly Load might push the Ether Barrel big enough. Does. It's 3,000 now. It's 3,000 now. The Ether Barrel is strong enough to take down the Lovely Labyrinth. I don't know if I've ever seen that happen. I do not know if I've ever seen a 3,000 attack Ether Barrel. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, there goes the Lovely Labyrinth. And now Labyrinth is down to 0 cards. And there's a Drill Beam for aka Wonder. 0 cards for Labyrinth and a Drill Beam for whatever they may top deck. So that is looking phenomenal here for the Blue Eyes Gamer. Alright, Blue Eyes comes back. We link summon with the Ether Barrel to make another copy of the Spirit. Ooh, as we... I think we saw the negation of the Negation Fortress, the Dissa Blaster coming in Duel A. Let's move over to Duel A, because I do think aka Wonder is not going to throw this game. I think aka Wonder is in a very commanding position here, which means it's gonna come down to Paracetamore against Fake Monster here in the 3rd game, as we see a Link Summon with 2 gigantic sprites into a Sprite Elf. Can we overcome this K9 field? We go to the battle phase with the Sprite Elf. This can run over the Dissa Blaster. But will it? They are trying to figure it out. As the card drawn for turn in Duel B was a Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon, but of course Drill Beam is ready to go. So that's going to be stopped. We attack over the Dissa Blaster, but you really don't want to let that K9 Ripper stay alive, I feel like. Okay, we get the Dissa Blaster in the Pendulum Zone, which I believe does negate that card there. Oh, Gamma Burst. After we've already attacked. That would have been really useful if we did that before we made the Elf. If we just had double Gigantic, we could have taken out both monsters. Oh no! This is not looking good for Sprite now. We did not manage to clear the Ripper. We did not manage to clear the Ripper. And there's 4 cards in hand for K9. And there's a Lantern. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Sprite Elf can revive something here, but it might be too little too late. And it's not looking good for Spain. We have Called by the Grave. If there's another Lantern in the graveyard. Is there a second Lantern in grave already? Let's find out. Or we just get rid of the target, honestly, for the Lantern. That also works, I guess. That could be even better. Was that the target for Lantern? Probably. Gigantic Sprite comes back. Lantern did target the Jokul, so the target is gone. Can't summon it. Not bad. Ripper effect. Now here's the thing. Because Paracetamore has no cards in hand, which is a bad thing, but at the same time it means the K9s cannot normal summon without Tribute. As aka Wonder actually does walk home with the win in Duel B, so it is indeed 1-1. So everything comes down to this game. And it's looking really, really good for K9 here, but they do still have to finish it off. Jokul is under Called by the Grave. So this is going to look threatening, but it's actually not. Noroi and Jokul. Jokul is negated because Called by the Grave was previously used on another copy in the graveyard. And now how do you... you could tribute the Ripper, I guess, for Noroi, if they see that play. Yeah, just showing off the Noroi in hand to assert dominance. Here, look at my Noroi. How many points for Italy? Italy currently has 3 points, which is okay. They've played 2 rounds and they had a break, so they are on 1-1 basically, 1-1, which is all right. Are these players new or nervous? They are definitely new and maybe nervous. I can't answer that, but they are. That's the whole point of this tournament, is that it's new players to Yu-Gi-Oh! Completely. So, you know, don't be too harsh on your judgment on these players. They're trying their best, and for players who are completely new to the game, they are actually doing quite well, in my opinion. So the concept of this tournament was that they picked some content creators, some influencers who have not played the game before or very, very little, and they've been coached by some Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators. Namely, it was Lampy, Joka, Volt, Colossa, and El Guardian Celta. And they coached them the last 1 or 2 weeks. They taught them a little bit about the game, and now they're facing off in a tournament. So it basically is the whole point of this stream is that they are new to the game. Yes. And yeah, of course, as someone who's played the game for a long time, I can definitely see some things they could do better. But at the same time, considering they are very, very new to the game, I think they are doing pretty well. And I think that's cool to see. And most importantly, I don't want to jinx it, but no one has timed out yet. Which in previous years, we've had similar tournaments. We've definitely seen some timeouts. So far, good job, everybody. Well, I hope I didn't jinx it now. All right, one draw for turn here for Paracetamore. Can we turn things around? Nimble Beaver? We've seen a couple of Nimble Beaver top decks today already. It wouldn't be the first one. It wouldn't be the first one. Let's see it. Worst Sprite starter, something? But we do need something. Ooh, battle phase. Not a good sign. Main phase 2. Not the right card. Not the right card drawn for turn there, it looks like. And that might very well be the end of the game. And if that is the case, it might also be the end of the tournament for Team Spain. Because this would be their 3rd loss. There's the Jokul. It is no longer under Called by the Grave, and that is way more than enough damage. That is way more than enough damage. There's an Effect Veiler off the top. That's a little too late. That actually makes everything incredibly big because of the double case for K9. But I think Paracetamore is just showing off the card that they drew a little bit too late. Actually, we can summon Izuna now. Team UK just got another win. Let's go UK. They've been doing well. I think Team UK and Team Germany are already guaranteed in top 4 with that. And I actually think Team Spain is likely eliminated with this result, even if they win the last round. Even if they, because let's think this through, right? France after this win is going to be at a 1-2 record, right? And Spain is going to be at 0-3. So let's say Spain wins the last round, they would be 1-3, and best case scenario for Spain, France also loses. So France would go to 1-3 as well. So then both teams are at 1-3. The problem is, if both teams are at 1-3, France would advance because France wins the tiebreaker because they beat Team Spain right here. I think that means that we are going to say goodbye to Team Spain here, unfortunately. It was cool to see them play, especially AKA Wonder on the Blue Eyes deck, because that was the only person bringing the Blue Eyes deck. And they actually won a game this round with the Blue Eyes deck as well. So it's unfortunate, but Team France, I mean, it's not unfortunate for Team France, I guess. They are very happy about this because they are taking their first win in this match off of Team Spain, who are going to stay with 0 points at the bottom of our leaderboard that we're going to take a look at in a second at the updated leaderboard once the points have been added. But France take their first win, and that is going to be good for them. We have one more round of round robin. I can tell you the matchups as well. Give me a second. In this last round of the round robin, we are going to see France face off against Italy and Spain face off against Germany. Of course, Spain just in it for the glory at this point, or I guess to not lose all the matches, want to showcase that they've practiced and learned something. But they are going to go up against Team Germany, who haven't lost a match yet. So it's basically first place against last place in this round 5 between Germany and Spain. And then we have France versus Italy on the other side, with Team UK having a little bit of a break before we move to the semifinals. Of course, after these 5 rounds, after this round robin stage, we are going to have a top 4 cut. So we only say goodbye to one team, but it looks like at the moment it's going to be Team Spain that we're going to have to say goodbye to after the last round of the round robin phase. Looks like Germany and UK firmly at the top. Actually, Germany, since they did defeat UK as the tiebreaker, and UK doesn't play another game, UK is actually guaranteed to finish our round robin phase at a 3-1 score. Even if Germany loses to Spain here, they would be first after the round robin phase. So yeah, that is that. And then France and Italy are basically playing for 3rd and 4th place right now, but they are both also guaranteed to be in the semifinals. So yeah. The Jaja buff is real. I mean, I don't have anything to do with Team Germany in this case. I am from Germany, but I was not the coach. All your praises should be going to Joka, who's been coaching and training Team Germany. So he did a wonderful job so far, it looks like, because they haven't dropped the match yet. Very, very impressive stuff from Germany. But of course, I can't really take any praise for that because I'm only commentating today. I didn't do any of the training. So yeah, that was all Joka who did that. So yeah, and Lampy did Team UK. So Lampy also did a really good job at preparing Team UK for this because they are also guaranteed in semifinals at a 3-1 record, and they only lost to Germany. So well done, Team UK as well, and well done Lampy as well for trading Team UK. Yeah, okay, and that our feature match for the last round of the round robin is going to be Germany versus Spain. So we're going to have a chance one last time at seeing the Blue Eyes deck from AKA Wonder, and we're going to see Germany, who are sitting at 3-0, versus Spain, who are sitting at 0-3. Unfortunately, that's going to be the last time we're going to see Spain in the tournament today, but maybe they are going to be able to take a win off of Germany to not go down without a fight at least. So yeah, will there be winner interviews? We're gonna have a chance to interview the coach of the winning team at the end of it. Yes, we're not doing interviews after each individual round, but once the tournament is done, we can talk to whoever coached our winning team later down the line. Yes, to talk a little bit about the experience and everything. Yeah. So yeah, let's see whether Germany is going to go completely undefeated in the round robin, or whether Spain is going to be able to get that one win just for the good feeling at the end of it. I honestly would, even though I am German, I would really like to see Spain walk away with a win here because, they haven't been playing bad or anything like that. I feel like they deserve a win at least. So let's see if they get it here. We do see Mythos going first against Paracetamore here with a chaotic elements in the K9 deck. We do grab K9 Jokul here, and we do activate it, revealing itself as well as a Lupus. Okay. In Duel B, however, we see Zoltan going first. Let's take a look at Duel B real quick, which is Zoltan versus Firat Ushta, which I do believe that is Labyrinth versus Labyrinth. This is a matchup that if you've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh for a while, you know that this can be a very intricate, very difficult to maneuver matchup. The Labyrinth mirror match is not easy. So I actually am interested to see how these players are going to approach it. We could potentially be in for a wild ride with this one as well, because this could take a while if both players, have good access to their engine. Okay, so Zoltan 4-set pass. We see Labyrinth Chandelier here in the end phase. Chain Lady Labyrinth. That is, if used properly, Lady Labyrinth is one of by far the best cards in the mirror match, as we do see a Dominus Impulse actually trying to stop that Lady Labyrinth from hitting the field. But since we didn't discard a trap for the Chandelier, unfortunately, that's not going to destroy it, so the Lady Labyrinth can still hit the field later on down the line. Welcome Labyrinth is set, and turn passes over to Firat here. Lady Labyrinth still lurking in hand here, and it's going to hit the field at any point, probably. And here's the Arias, the Labyrinth Butler. Now here's the thing, we prevented the Lady Labyrinth last turn, but now we can activate it again, and it's still going to hit the field. Unless there's a second Dominus Impulse. That would actually be good here, because now it would destroy. Now it would destroy the Lady Labyrinth, but there isn't, so the Lady Labyrinth is going to hit the field. That's rough, I feel. That's really rough. And of course, the reason for that, if maybe someone is watching who's also new to the game, like our players today, Lady Labyrinth chains to any trap card being activated to set a trap card from your deck, which means when you're both playing a trap deck, it's basically when you activate a trap card, your opponent also gets a free trap card. So the Lady Labyrinth just keeps printing card advantage for Zoltan here. As Firat now activates Welcome Labyrinth, which is a normal trap card, and so the Lady Labyrinth can chain to it, as it's happening here, to get a free trap card to Zoltan. Arias, the Labyrinth Butler, is being chained on the side of Firat to bring itself back to the field, but a Dominus Impulse on the other side here to stop that one as well. Okay. As this Labyrinth mirror match is progressing, let's take a look again at Duel A, because I feel like we're seeing Mythos of Gaming really unleash the full power of the K9 deck here on the opponent, as it still is the first turn here for Mythos, who is, of course, carefully, picking their steps here. But we see a Ripper, a Hound, a River Stormer, and a Regulus. Very sizable end board, and a set card. Now we're passing over to Paracetamore, who I believe was on the Sprite deck. I believe it was the Sprite deck, because AKA Wonder on the bottom right is on Blue Eyes. And how are we going to approach this? I mean, this is difficult for sure. We have Regulus, we have Ripper. The face down is probably a K9 spell or trap. We do see the Nimble Beaver, technically the best normal summon in the Sprite deck, so that's a good start. That is a good start. And the Hound grows. I mean, Sprite, in theory, I feel like Sprite can break this. It depends on what the face down card is and how it's being used. But I mean, it's been the case so often today, but the way to win this is probably a Zeus line. It's probably some way to sneak a Zeus onto this field, and you can definitely win the game. As we see the Sprite Sprint, that's a phenomenal one here. Sending Angler, getting 2 more Beavers out would be ideal. And it looks like it's resolving as well. There's no... Oh no, we haven't activated it yet. Okay. Sprite Sprint activates. Now here's the thing. Oh, we ash it. Okay, I was going to say the Ripper can also stop the Nimble Angler in the graveyard. But looks like that's not going to be necessary as we use Ash Blossom on the Sprite Sprint. We didn't use the Ash on the Nimble Beaver, interestingly enough. But okay, Sprite Sprint is a resource that has now been used up for the turn. We can't do it again. Special Carrot, though, is a way to extend in this situation. And we could potentially make a big gigantic Sprite. And this is what I was referring to. Gigantic Sprite here is 3,200 and can attack over the Regulus and then make Zeus. But first we extend with Sprite Jet. Yeah, Carrot at the moment checks the face down card. But if you are trying to go for that Zeus play here, you would have to tribute your gigantic Sprite. Which obviously you don't want to do. So if the face down is good, I think Mythos is still in a really good spot here, but we'll have to wait and see if that's the case or not. This hound is just growing bigger and bigger. As we really let's move over to Duel C real quick, because I'm seeing AKA Wonder really pop off with the Blue Eyes deck there. We have the True Light, the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Ether Barrel, so access to the Primite Engine as well. And we have a Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon already on the field. We are in turn 2, so we have a battle phase here. Not looking too hot for the Zero of Time here. Now, it's not enough damage to close out the game immediately yet. But it is still a very, very commanding position for the Blue Eyes deck here from AKA Wonder. And I mean, Team Spain hasn't won a match yet, unfortunately, but AKA Wonder has been doing just fine. AKA Wonder was also the only one in the previous round to win, so the Blue Eyes deck has been doing okay. And it's looking good here in this one as well. Actually, it is game if they play Ancient Fairy Life Dragon in their deck. I'm not sure if that's in there. Nope. Alright, Ether Barrel sends another Blue Eyes, but really commanding position here for AKA Wonder. We're using Wishes from the graveyard to equip the Blue Eyes as well. With the Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. And that allows us to summon a Tyrant. Okay. Now, Tyrant in defense is a little risky against a Sprite deck or any XYZ based deck in general. You often want to avoid summoning in defense mode because that allows for an easy Zeus, which could be the case here, but we'll see if it matters. As we do actually see Duel A end in favor of Team Germany. Mythos wins with the K9 deck and brings the first win for Team Germany. They are so close to finishing our round robin phase completely undefeated. If just one more of these games goes their way, but I will say, this game is looking good for Team Spain. This game really is looking good for Team Spain. Here's a Sprite Carrot. But we drill beam it. That's very heads up, actually, from AKA Wonder. That's very heads up. That's because that requires some fundamental understanding of how not only your own deck works, but also how the opponent's deck works, right? Like, you need to understand, like, okay, sprites can all summon themselves from the hand if you control other level 2s. Also, if I let the sprite carrot stick around, it can negate the drill beam later. So I'm going to get rid of it now while they can't extend and they don't have anything to tribute for the sprite carrot. Which is a small thing for someone who's played this game for years, but for someone who picked this game up a week or two ago, that's a nice, nice thing to spot. Uh-oh. Let's move over to Duel B really quickly, as we do see Sprite Starter actually to extend there, really good. But is Firat about to end the dream of a win for Team Spain? Is there another attack? There is. Oh, and that means, I mean, on the one hand, Team Germany completely undefeated, incredible performance. On the other hand, Team Spain, unfortunately, even as a German, I would have really liked them to see, would have really liked to see them win at least one match. Because I really feel like they played solid Yu-Gi-Oh today. So seeing them walk away with a 0-4 score is, I feel like that's a little unlucky for sure. But yeah, well played, and thank you for playing. And this one, still very much up for grabs. Could still be a game that AKA Wonder wins. Let's see. We do use the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit Dragon on the Sprite Blue to try and stop it from searching. And the 0 of time is down to 900 life points. So any Blue Eyes monster connecting with one of the sprites could end the game. Is this the current format they're playing? Well, they're playing under current regulations, yes, but the decks they're playing are selected for newer players to the game, since they started playing the game like a week or two ago. So, of course, they're not playing branded Draco Tail. I feel like goes without saying. As we do see, actually, the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit stopping the Sprite Blue from searching. But joke's on you, 0 of time already had the Sprite Jet in hand, so gets to keep going here, basically, not caring about that. Sprite Sprint sends Nimble Angler. Actually, oh, hold up. Oh, hold up. That Spirit Dragon is big. Do we see a Mosquito line? Ah, but we can't do Mosquito, right? We can't do Mosquito because we're too low on life points. Right? Because if you do Mosquito, you do have to crash a couple times. You do have to crash a couple of times, and not with 900 life points, not against those stat lines. Okay, that is a big, gigantic sprite. We're using True Light to set. Okay. What is the card that Sprite Jet searched? Is it Starter, or is it Smashers, or is it Gamma Burst, maybe? Alright, with the Gigantic Sprite activating its effect, the Zeus line is no longer an option. And here comes the Swap Frog. Now, how do we out this 4000 defense ultimate spirit? Here's Sprite Elf. Sprite Elf tries to bring back Sprite Red. In defense mode. Okay, we're going on the defensive. Which we kind of have to because we're on 900 life points. But one Sprite Red in defense mode doesn't matter if everything else is in attack mode. Mosquito is now possible. Oh, you're right. You're right. There is game with Mosquito. Because you can go Mosquito. You attack with the Mosquito. You take no damage from that. You place the first counter on the ultimate spirit. The Gigantic Sprite can attack the Tyrant then. The Gigantic can attack the Tyrant. Because that's big enough. That's the first damage. And then when the second attack is declared, you can win off of the second burn before taking any damage. But I mean, that's well seen. But the Zero of Time didn't see it, and I don't blame him for it. That's you know, that's a pretty advanced yeah. But actually, the Sprite Smashers was the search here, and that means we are outing the Blue Eyes Ultimate Spirit. Could have also banished the True Light. Here's Soul Sweeper. Hold up. Quick maths. 26. 58. 77. Not quite. Not quite. Also it targets, so we can use the ultimate here. Which means you need to use Sprite Red here. So you lose even more damage. It's not enough damage. It's not enough damage. I think AKA Wonder, next turn, AKA Wonder probably just attacks one of these sprites for game. True Light doesn't trigger when banished? I think it does. I think it says when it leaves the field. I'm not 100% on that, though. But I think so. It needs to be sent to grave? Oh, okay. Alright, well, there's two small monsters, not three. If we can manage to... I mean, we can just True Light summon Blue Eyes and attack the Sprite Red. Oh, Eternal Soul triggers no matter how it leaves the field. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. As we actually see the Majesty being used today for the first time. All right, we're going to win this game against an open board. We clear all the cards away, yeah. I mean, yeah, and, you know, Spain unable to win a match here, but at least are going down with a win of a game, at least, in the end. Not completely, you know, without putting up a fight. And the Blue Eyes deck especially has been performing pretty well for AKA Wonder here, winning not only in this round, but also in the previous round. Unfortunately, all these efforts still not rewarded as Team Germany wins the other two games in this match and will walk away. The only undefeated team in the Swiss rounds, or round robin rather, it's not Swiss, as AKA Wonder is going through the motions to win this game. Maybe we can see, you know, maybe we can see the Blue Eyes animation to finish it off at least. Maybe we can see the blue eyes animation at least one time out of this one. But no, we fuse actually. We fuse for another tyrant. Okay, that doesn't give us an animation, but it does also work, I guess. Oh, and we surrender. Okay, we don't even give him a chance for the blue eyes animation. All right, well, 0 of time surrenders, and AKA Wonder walks away the winner of this game, but the match still goes to Team Germany. And there we are at the end of our round robin phase. 5 teams started the tournament today. We are going to move into our top 4 in a moment. We are going to say goodbye to Spain after our round robin. Well played, you guys, anyways. It was a pleasure to see you all compete. As this is our final score, we have a 4 wins for Team Germany, 3 wins for Team UK, 2 wins for Team Italy. So that means 6 points. 1 win for Team France, but it was enough to move on into the top 4. Unfortunately, 0 points to Team Spain. So Team Spain is going to be eliminated as we move into our semifinals next. Of course, the favorites to take it all at this point, you got to give it to Team Germany, who were trained by Joka, or Team UK, who were trained by Lampy, who are both currently doing very well. Of course, Germany undefeated, 4-0, UK 3-1. They only lost to Germany, and this is going to be our matchup or our matchups for the semifinals. We have Team Germany going up against Team France on one side of the bracket, and Team UK going up against Team Italy on the other side of the bracket. So those are going to be our matches for the top 4. And we are going to take a look at Germany versus France as our first semifinals here. I'm not actually sure if they're going to play simultaneously or one after another, but I do think it is going to be simultaneously, if I'm not mistaken. They are at the same time, yes. Okay, so they are playing simultaneously. If our first match finishes quicker, though, then we might be able to take a look at the other one. Either way, I can update you guys on what's going on in the other semifinals. I can take a look at how the games are going on either side. So yeah, but for our main feature match, we are going to see undefeated Team Germany versus France. France so far only been able to win 1 match, which was against Spain. So, you gotta say Germany is walking into the semifinals as the favorite, but at the end of the day, now we are in single elimination bracket. It doesn't matter what your score was in the round robin phase. If you win now, you move on. Doesn't matter if your opponent was undefeated beforehand. If you defeat them now, you will move on to the finals. So, Team France versus Team Germany is going to be our semifinals. Players are getting ready in a second. I would think we're going to start in a few minutes with that. You can let me know, I guess, who you think is going to take it all, and who you thought was the most impressive out of the players so far in our group stage as we move into our semifinals in a moment. I mean, just like I said, just based off the numbers, you got to give it to Germany or UK, I suppose. Those are the most successful teams so far. But I will say I was impressed with all of our players today. It's been a pleasure so far to see everyone try their best. Yu-Gi-Oh is a complicated game. We know that. We often talk about it in the Yu-Gi-Oh community. How can we teach new players how to play this game? How can we get more players to enjoy this? How can we get people to enjoy this game that we all love so much? And I've been really positively surprised by all the players today. It was a really, really solid level of play considering they just started playing. It was pretty cool to see. So yeah. Of course, Team Germany and Team UK did especially well. I'm really excited to eventually, hopefully, see more of that Mimigul deck as well that Team UK brought. That's a very interesting choice that I didn't necessarily expect. Sprite, Labyrinth, and stuff like that are decks that I definitely did expect for today's tournament because those decks are very new player friendly. But Mimighoul is a deck that surprised me, and it's even more impressive considering the fact that it is on Team UK, who have only dropped one match so far. So they've been doing well with that Mimighoul deck as well. So that's pretty interesting. So yeah. All right. Our players are setting up for the top four. Are the players today all relatively new? Not just relatively new, most of them are completely new to the game. That was the full gimmick of the event, is that we were looking for where we specifically picked out some players who are completely new to the game. And they got a little bit of training in the last couple of weeks. If you were following some of the coaches or some of the players already on like Twitch, they were getting taught how to play the game. Like for example, for Team Germany, the coach was Joka Games. For Team UK, the coach was Lampy. For Team Italy, it was Colossa. For Team France, it was Volt. And for Team Spain, it was El Guardian Celta. They spent some time teaching these people how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, as much as you can in 1 or 2 weeks' time. But yeah, they were all, some of them were completely new to the game. Some of them have played a little bit beforehand, but they're all considered pretty new to the game, yeah. So yeah. As we wait for our top four to start, I also want to, I guess, quickly say that, of course, the World Championship qualifiers are currently underway in Master Duel. The first stage of the World Championship qualifier has already started, with the second stage, of course, happening next weekend, which is something that I am also going to participate in and obviously stream my journey starting next week, Friday, for the Master Duel World Championship qualifiers, which is something that I'm really excited for. And just a reminder for all of you guys to play your first stage. You know, a lot of rewards for your first stage, lots of gems. And then if you're trying to participate, of course, in the second stage next week, you need to get your stage 1 done in time. So make sure to do that. Yeah. When is Duel Links? Duel Links is starting tomorrow, which I'm also going to be doing. So yeah, Duel Links is tomorrow, and I will also be streaming that one. So yeah, we're in for a wild ride with the world's qualifiers. So yeah. Two Duelist Cups back to back. Yeah, basically. I mean, it's always this month is always a very exciting time to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player in general, no matter which form of Yu-Gi-Oh you play. Of course, we had all the national championships in the TCG and still have some more happening. We had for the Duel Links Worlds qualifier is this upcoming weekend. The Rush Duel qualifier was last weekend already. Next weekend we have the Master Duel Worlds qualifier. So it's a lot of exciting weekends back to back to back for Yu-Gi-Oh enjoyers. Oh, it's kind of it's the most exciting time of the year to be a Yu-Gi-Oh player, basically. So this event is happening at like the perfect time as well for new players to maybe get a little bit of an idea of what's going on with competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. There are a lot of things that you can compete in Yu-Gi-Oh, even from home, especially all of these qualifiers for the mobile games, right? For Duel Links, for Master Duel. Anyone can participate as long as you have an account and you play through the first stage. You can try to qualify for the World Championships. You know, it's not easy to do at all, but technically anyone can. All right. And our players are, I think, getting ready and getting set up for our matches. I'm checking the duel room right now. Yeah, we still got Team Germany missing at the table, but we should be starting soon. We should be starting soon as our players are finding their way into the tables. And then you can let me know, who do you think is going to win between Team Germany and Team France, because that is going to be our semifinal that we are going to watch in just a moment. Just a moment until we get going with those matches. And of course, feel free to let me know what decks you are planning to use in the Master Duel Worlds qualifier next weekend, because I'm still thinking about it. I currently still haven't decided what I want to rock next week at the Worlds qualifiers. There's also a chance I'll just switch in between the during the weekend, because I there's multiple decks I really like in Master Duel right now. Of course, as you know, I'm a big fan of Sky Striker. I'm also a big fan of the Draco Tail deck, but I also like Branded. Cool Tune is also really strong in Master Duel right now, so there's a lot of potential choices for the Worlds qualifier, and I could see myself really playing any of them. I mean, I think I'm most likely to stick with Branded or Sky Striker, but at the same time, to play those decks over a long period of time is really, really difficult. I mean, playing them well even for one game is hard, but when you play them for a longer period of time, it's gonna take a lot of focus. So yeah, I'll see how it's gonna go, but I think it's gonna be honestly one of the best cups we've had in Master Duel yet. Just judging from the format, I feel like I'm expecting it to be one of the best formats we've had maybe ever. So I'm really looking forward to next week. I can't wait. I really cannot wait. I also can't wait for our top 4 to start, and as I'm now checking the duel room, it looks like we've got our players now all at the table, so we should be starting any moment now with our semifinals. Team France is going up against Team Germany, and the games are starting as we do see Kada versus Firat being our first match here. Kada is going first, won the coin flip here for Team France, and is starting with the signature card of the day, Nimble Beaver. Every Sprite player has opened it every time, I feel like. So Nimble Beaver is going to try to summon another Nimble monster from the deck, and is successful at that. As we actually do see Team France going first in another match here with a Canine Noroi, which is basically the same as Nimble Beaver, but for canines. Now, a quick reminder here, as you can see at the bottom of the screen as well with the scores, this is no longer best of 3. We are now looking at best of 9 in our semifinals. So this is more of your classic best of 9 Master Duel team format, the same that you would be looking at for the World Championship, where in a 3v3, you're going to rotate players after each game. So in this one, we're going to see every matchup, right? We're going to see every player going against each player of the other team. So we're going to get all of the matchups. We're going to get Kada versus Firat, and Kada versus Mythos of Gaming, and Kada versus the Zero of Time, and so on and so on. So yeah, this is best of 9 or first 5 wins, I suppose. And it's looking like a good start here for Kada in this game, with the Nimble Beaver and the Sprite Jet being combined here. That is very, very strong. Let's take a quick look at what's going on in Duel A, as we see Labyrinth versus Canine over there. We are in turn 1, and it's turn 1 for Mythos of Gaming here. What is the lovely Labyrinth doing on the field on turn 1 already? Is that maybe the work of an Arias? That has to be the work of an Arias, right? Gotta be. Who are the other 2 teams in the semifinals? We have Team UK going up against Team Italy in the other semifinals. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to Team Spain after the round-robin phase, because they didn't manage to win a match, and now it is France, Germany, UK, and Italy left in this tournament. And I can also... The 2 semifinals are happening at the same time, but I can give you a little bit of an update as soon as something happens in the other match. I can let you know who's leading. At the moment, it's still 0-0 in both, but I can let you know as soon as that changes. All right, as Mythos of Gaming goes for a Nash Knight here to get rid of that lovely Labyrinth immediately, attach it to the Nash Knight, which is understandable. Oh, let's take a look at Duel B. Wait, I see a Nibiru the Primal Being. That's the first time here today. You see a Nibiru the Primal Being. Ripper tries to negate it, and Effect Veiler is chained. Let's take a look at Duel B a little closer. Let's move it on the main screen. Now that board is empty and the Nibiru comes down. I think that's the first one we're seeing today. I didn't even expect it anymore. I didn't see it in any of the decks so far. But that's going to be a great counter to the full Canine combo there from Fake Monster. So the Zero of Time really, getting him good here with the Effect Veiler as well to pair with the Nibiru, because of course the Ripper was there to negate it. But we did have the Effect Veiler to negate the Ripper in return. So is K9 just going to pass on nothing but a Nibiru token? It looks like it. Okay, I mean, that Nibiru token is big, though. To be fair, it is a big token. It is a very big token. Now, do we have... Yes, we do have a starter. Ooh, Ash Blossom alert? No, ooh, okay. That's a little early on that Effect Veiler. But, to be fair, in Fake Monster's defense, the button did glow. So... Alright, Sprite Blue is being summoned and is not being hit with an Effect Veiler. Unfortunate. That could matter a lot depending on the rest of the Zero of Time's hand. I mean, if the Zero of Time has... Yeah, I mean, there's a Sprite Jet. So realistically, even if we had Veiler for the Sprite Blue, the Sprite Jet would have still guaranteed more plays for the Zero of Time. But now it's looking exceptionally well. If we can figure out a good way to out that token, which the Sprite Smashers is a perfectly fine answer to that token. Oh, maybe we'll just take the token. We're taking the token. Okay, let's go. We're taking the token with Triple Tactics Talons, and we could see the Nibiru token attack for game for the Zero of Time here. That's awesome. Okay, here's a Sprite Red. Here's the battle phase. Sprite Blue, 1100 attack, and then 7,000 from that Nibiru token. Okay, we're off to a good start for Team Germany here. With a quick win, as we do see a Typhon being summoned here by Wati in Duel A here. But it is getting hit with an Effect Veiler. Uh-oh. That looks like it's the last card available here for Wati as well. Down to just Typhon. And the win rate of Typhon is probably going down after this one, because it's looking very good for Mythos here as well. Team Germany, so far, they've been dominating today. What can you say? What can you say? It's really been a phenomenal day so far for Team Germany. They haven't lost a match yet. They're off to a great start in the top 4 here. Already secured 1 win in Duel B. Looking good in Duel A. Ranking up into the Masquerade, that is big enough to swing over the Zeus here. And now, Wadi down to 0 cards. Set 1, pass. Now, the Umbral Horror Masquerade is not going to survive the turn. It actually does get destroyed in the end phase here. So currently, also, Mythos might be a little low on follow-up, as we didn't have any other pushes this turn. What do we draw here on the other side, though? Just end phase. Okay, well, there goes the Masquerade. There goes the Masquerade. Draw a card for turn. Also, Paracetamore sending over the Spanish viewers. Well played, Duelist. Well played. It was a pleasure to watch you guys. Welcome in, everybody. It was a good effort. as both players are struggling to make anything happen here. It was a very explosive turn 1 and 2, but now the game has slowed down significantly here. Does Mythos find anything? Normal summon Lantern now because there's 2 cards in hand for Wadi. Okay, that does work. Activate Lantern. Try to search. We do have Infinite Impermanence. We kept it in hand. Alright, sneaky. So no Canine Spell Trap for you. At least not this turn. And we do just go to the battle phase. Alright, 2000. Alright, this game is down to the wire. We are already in turn 8. Duel C is looking much better for Team France, though, at the moment. The Sprite deck really delivering there. They just can't draw a play here, it seems. Really unfortunate. And now the Lantern tries to go again. And this time it's an Ash Blossom. This time it's an Ash Blossom. But Ash Blossom is more dangerous than Infinite Impermanence because Ash Blossom triggers or gives Mythos the opportunity to activate cards like Izuna a lot easier, or Lupus. And with the case for K9 already on the field, now buffing everything by 900 attack, we could easily see 3000 damage here. Normal summon, tribute summon Noroi. That's 3100 attack. And that's already enough damage if you just summon something in attack mode here. Alright, we actually do see both games almost ending simultaneously, as we see Duel C going to Team France right now for the equalizer 1-1, and then immediately after, Mythos of Gaming takes the 2-1 lead for Team Germany. But unlike the round-robin phase, this is not it for this match. This is not the end of the match. This was just the first set of games. We are now going to rotate our players because each player from each team is going to have to face each player from the other team for a total of potentially up to 9 games. It is a first to 5, essentially, best of 9. So 2-1 lead for Germany right now, but nothing is lost yet for France. They can still come back from this. Let's see if they can, as players are getting ready for the second round of games. I can give you a quick update on what the score is between Italy and the UK in the other match. Currently, Italy is leading 1-0 at the moment in the other semifinals. Italy is leading 1-0. The other 2 matches are still going, but UK overwhelming favorites so in this tournament next to Germany. They are on a 3-1 record, but currently down. Actually, now it's 2-0. Now, as we speak, it's 2-0 for Italy. Italy is delivering in the semifinals. Maybe they just saved up all their power for the semifinals, and now they might be able to take down the UK, but of course also the other semifinals is a first to 5. So a 2-0 lead is nice to have, but it is not a guarantee yet that you're going to advance. As we are now ready to jump into our second set of our first semifinals here. Currently, it is Team Germany up 2-1, but everything could change here. Fake Monster going first against Firat with a Jokul Reveal Izuna. Very strong opener for the K9 deck. All right. And Izuna is going to try to send one from deck to grave. We ash that. Okay. Don't want them to have the Lupus, I guess. But they do get a second Izuna as a result. Okay. It's a really strong start for the K9 deck, I gotta say. The K9 deck in general has been looking really, really powerful in this format today. I mean, it's a format that is not really comparable to the regular like ladder or whatever, because it is, you know, mostly decks for beginners. But the K9 deck really stood out to me as probably one of the more powerful decks today, as I think most teams or all of the teams had a K9 deck, and it's been doing very well for players. It's just the pure K9 deck is just simple but effective, I feel like, is what's going on. All right, let's take a look at Duel B real quick, as we do see once again our best friend today, the Nimble Beaver, going second into 4 set cards from the Labyrinth deck. Ooh, Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on Welcome Labyrinth is phenomenal. That is a really, really good card to have against Labyrinth. So we're stopping the Welcome Labyrinth. And Nimble Beaver also is resolving. Looking good here for the 0 of time. It does depend on what face down cards Wadi has left though. Sprite Blue is immediately being summoned. Uh-oh. Nimble Beaver, Sprite Blue, and Ash Blossom is quite the opener for the 0 of time. That is quite the opener. The Ruma Cannon. I mean, the Ruma Cannon is good here, don't get me wrong. But at the same time, if you don't have any way to apply pressure, the Ruma Cannon on 4 level 2 monsters is just like delaying the inevitable, right? Because they're just going to flip all these guys up again next turn if you can't clear them all. So there's quite literally no... Like, Karma Cannon doesn't get rid of the bodies. There it is. It's good here. It's going to buy them a turn. It is going to buy them a turn, but you do have to get rid of all these monsters. Otherwise, you know. All right, Sprite Starter. We chain Big Welcome Labyrinth. Okay, so we do still have access to the Labyrinth engine here. That's good. That is good. We do need that to eventually apply pressure. What are we going to summon? Whatever we summon here, we are just going to have to return it to the hand immediately. So Lady Labyrinth, probably your best bet. Yeah, let us take a look at Duel A, because I do think what happened there is Fake Monster just passed with 5 K9 monsters on the board and didn't go into the extra deck at all. I wonder if that's because something like a Molcharmi or a Maxi was being used. Or if we just... I mean, maybe you just... Because at this point, they might even know what they're going up against, of course, because everyone's been on stream already. Maybe they just figured this was a good way to do it against Labyrinth. Just put a bunch of big monsters on the board and call it a day. Because it looks like the best form of removal that the Labyrinth deck has is Karma Cannon, and Karma Cannon doesn't really remove any of this. We're just going K9 beatdown mode. Now we overlay for Ripper, though. And it is way more than enough damage already. We are going into the battle phase. I would be surprised. I would really be surprised if Labyrinth has nothing here, though. Yeah, there is once again Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. It's a very, very effective card at buying yourself another turn, but you do need to capitalize on that, you know, that momentum that you gain from this, because ultimately you do still need to worry about these cards. They are not gone, they are just face down for now. And the Jokel can even be flipped again, and the Noroi can too. All right, let's take a look at Duel C, where it is. We haven't seen that one yet this round. It is Mythos against Kata. And once again, extremely strong position here for Mythos of Gaming with this K9 deck that they've been practicing so much with, it looks like. All right, here's a Sprite Blue being summoned, though. Maybe not out of it, actually. Because Regulus is a negate, but it does not destroy the card. So in theory, if you negate this Sprite Blue, which is what Mythos is doing here, if you negate this Sprite Blue, you stop the search, but they still have 2 level 2s on the board, which Sprite can do a lot with. Sprite can do a lot with 2 level 2s if they're allowed to just go through. The question is the face down card forced release? If it's forced release, that's rough. Oh, Sprite Jet, though. Hold up. And now Sprite Starter. Sprite Starter is threatening to summon Sprite Carrot. Oh no, that's Sprite Red. I was about to say Sprite Carrot could have checked the last remaining face down. But we did go for Sprite Red. I will say, when I picked up Sprite for the first time, at this point, this is like 4 years ago, but I did find it confusing that Sprite Carrot is red, and Sprite Red is kind of shaped like a carrot. So, you know, so much for that. Oh, forced release for Jax. Forced release for Jax, and Mythos is not going to risk anything here. Very well executed, very well interrupted. Sprite Red can negate this, but it's still only going to be 1 monster on the field for Sprites here. And that means that most likely, or almost certainly, Mythos of Gaming walks away with another win with the K9 deck here in the semifinals, putting Germany 1 step closer to the finals and Team France 1 step closer to elimination. Not quite enough damage on the board yet. And now there is. Now there is. Battle phase. Attack over red, and the other two are going to finish off this game. Mythos of Gaming wins yet another match. Attaches the Sprite Red. That's funny. I've never seen anyone use that effect of Reverse Stormer, but okay. Let's take a look at Duel B, where it looks like Sprite is in a dominating position for the 0 of time, although there is always that problem. We've seen it time and time again today. We have a couple of decks in this tournament today that have very big monsters, and Sprite does not have very big monsters. So very often we see this position where Sprite is able to put a bunch of Sprites on board, do some comboing, but how do they beat these big monsters is always the question. Mogi 6-0. Yeah, it's been it's been a very, very dominating performance by Mythos of Gaming. Yeah, good stuff. They do have Mosquito, yeah. They do have Mosquito in the Sprite deck. The problem is I do think Mosquito targets, so you can't even do that to win against the Lady Labyrinth. Cannot even do that. Gamma Burst here would do it. Sprite Smashers also does it because that's a non-target banish. I feel like Zero of Time is, I want to say, the only Sprite player we've really seen put the Sprite Smashers to really good use today. Maybe the other players probably used it at some point as well, but I just didn't see it. It's just this is like the second or third time that I'm seeing the Zero of Time really making good use of Sprite Smashers. So banish starter from grave. Banish your own blue. And oh, the face down actually. We're not scared of the Lady Labyrinth at all. Okay. I mean, this does put Zero of Time in a very good spot here because the Sprite's Carrot does check the last remaining face down from Wadi. So as long as you can find another way to deal with the Lady Labyrinth, this could be the better play. Because you don't have to worry about the face downs at all anymore, because you got Sprite Carrot to stop the last one. Team Germany in the lead. I mean, Team Germany has not lost a single match today yet. We've seen they went 4-0 in the group stages, and now they are currently doing really well in the semifinals as well. Really, the dominating team of the tournament so far, for sure. And if they win this one, they are up 4-1 here as well. If they win all three of these games, actually, they already move on to the finals. We don't even get a third round of games then. I can update you guys on the score between Italy and the UK. Let me do that real quick. Italy and UK. Let me see. 1, 2. Wait, it's still 2-0. It is still 2-0 between Italy and UK. There's still oh, that must be a long game one. I think it's because it's let me see. I think it's the Mimighoul going up against Labyrinth or something. Which could be a long game. That does happen. Yeah, it is Mimighoul against Labyrinth, the game that's still going. Is Italy? Italy is up. Italy is up 2-0. Which is impressive because UK was second place after the group stage with a 3-1 record. They've been doing really well. But Italy is really, giving them a run for their money here. As the Zero of Time figures out a great way to out this Lady Labyrinth by just summoning a big gigantic sprite. And now we have SP Little Knight, Sprite Red, Sprite Carrot against one face down. Looking good. Looking good for the Zero of Time. We have Welcome Labyrinth here, but Sprite Carrot is surely not going to let that happen. Tributing the Sprite Carrot. Chaining Lady Labyrinth. But that, unfortunately, has to come down in defense position. Ooh, Typhon. Okay, now big question. Do we remember to attack the SP Little Knight first before using Typhon's effect? We do. Nice. Okay, swing over. Wait, do we turn this around with just Typhon? Typhon effect, return the gigantic sprite, and then sprite needs follow-up. Otherwise... Oh, never mind. Never mind. We have infinite impermanence. No, not the Typhon win rate. Okay, this is looking exceptionally good for Sprite. Let's take a look at Duel A, because if this one goes badly for Team France, then this could already be the end of it. Although, looks like they're in a good spot actually here against Firat. But we do see a massive destructive Daruma Karma Cannon here. Actually, oh, this Karma Cannon is resolving because the lovely Labyrinth, if you're wondering why the Regulus didn't negate the Karma Cannon, it's because lovely Labyrinth has an effect that says your opponent cannot activate monster effects in response to your normal trap card, so it stops them from negating your trap. And this means next turn these big Labyrinth monsters can flip and run over all the K9 monsters potentially, which is not good news here for Fake Monster. As if they lose this game, it might be the end of the run for Team France, because I do think that the Zero of Time is going to walk away the winner in Duel B. So Team France needs to step up their game here. Fake Monster really needs to win this one against Firat. Pass here though. Okay, so what's the face downs for Firat? We know there's a Lady Labyrinth and a Lovely Labyrinth. Those are big. Those are big. Here's Lady. There's Lovely. Lovely can reset a trap. If you activate a trap, you can get another trap from Lady. You can run over multiple of these monsters. It's a tough spot for K9, back against the wall, as we do see a massive finisher over on Duel B by the Zero of Time with a massive Gamma Burst on 6 monsters. So yes, the Zero of Time is going to win in Duel B. And that means back against the wall for real here for Team France, because 4-1 lead for Team Germany. Remember, this is a best of 9, so first to 5 wins. Ooh, infinite impermanence here being used. That gives the Lady Labyrinth the opportunity to chain though. And I do think it's looking really good for Firat here. If, and remember, that is a big if, because these players are new to the game. You do need to play this out properly to beat K9 here in the long run. Because that's the problem. If you ever slip up with Labyrinth against K9, there's a Zeus. There's instantly a Zeus waiting for you. So it's not over till it's over. Flip summon Ariana. Now, do we remember all the defense points on all the K9s? Ooh. Is that a Chaos Angel? That is a Chaos Angel again. That is so good here. That is so good. Firat, also, once again, you gotta give it to Firat. I think Firat is the only one so far who's made use of Chaos Angel. We've seen one Chaos Angel so far today, and I think that was also Firat. And that's a big deal. Figuring out how good that card is when you're playing Labyrinth is really a big deal. The other teams in top 4. The other matchup is UK versus Italy, and I'm going to update you guys on the score as well. Currently, the score in the other match is 2-1 in favor of Italy. Italy is leading 2-1 over UK. And the only one to take a win so far for UK was Boba on Mimikul, which is awesome. All right, and honestly, the execution here by Firat is really, really good. The execution here is phenomenal. We are picking apart this K9 deck, or this K9 board, one by one with Labyrinth. We even got to the field spell. Now we attack over everything. It's not going to be gamed this turn, but it doesn't need to be, as long as you got firm control over the board. And reminder, if Firat wins this, we don't even need a third round of games in this match, because 5-1 would be enough to bring Germany into the finals already. And Fake Monster really needs to make something happen here. Mimikul 1 versus Impulse? I mean, yeah, maybe they didn't draw Impulse, I guess. Okay, we reset K9 Forced Release. Maybe a little bit of hope there if we can bring out a K9 XYZ. Chaos Angel and Ariana are being linked into... Ooh, Muckraker from the Underworld. Okay, are we going to use that effect? Because if you bring back Chaos Angel, you can banish again. The banish on Chaos Angel is not hard once per turn. So this is a very neat combo here by Firat. Linking off the Chaos Angel just to revive it next step to banish this Forced Release forever. Very nice play. Alright, 2 cards in hand to turn it around for K9 here. The problem here is, though, Firat has got no cards in hand, which means we can't normal summon K9s without Tribute. We need Lantern or Jokul. If we don't have Lantern or Jokul... Okay. Oh, case for K9, actually. Why did we put the Disa Blaster down, though? Because now we can't use Jokul. Does Chaos Angel keep the attribute bonuses? No, because it's no longer synchro summoned. So it doesn't have, like... It wasn't synchro summoning. Oh, Lupus. We can't use that. We cannot use that. And I think with that, we are going to see Team Germany continue their incredible performance today. They haven't dropped a match in the group stages, and here, very dominating victory over Team... Okay, yes, okay, you are now officially a Master Duel player, because you just activated that Maxi. You didn't even need to activate that Maxi. You even give your opponent the Lupus. It doesn't matter. Wait, actually, the Lupus is big. Wait, the Lupus is big. Wait, can we out that Lupus now? Oh yeah, we can bounce it. Okay. Dude, I thought for a second, I thought, oh god, okay, yep. You know, But that means they learned something in their first couple of days of playing Master Duel. You know, they did learn to use the maxi even when the game is already over. So okay. Well played, Team Germany, taking a 5-1 win over Team France. So we don't even need to go into a third set here between these two teams. Team Germany has already advanced and secured their spot in the finals for today. There is one other semifinal still going on, though, that we should jump into momentarily, and that is, of course, UK versus Italy. At the moment, it is 2-2. It is 2-2 in the other semifinals. We are currently seeing the second set still running. It is still Raven versus Atrix and Boba versus Druid Thunder. They are still playing. We are going to jump in there momentarily as we're getting the graphics set up and everything. But after Italy took the lead 2-0, now it is 2-2. So UK is staying in there, fighting. They don't want to give up that easily, as we do see Boba versus Druid Thunder here. Reminder, Boba is on Mimighouls, whereas Druid Thunder is rocking the K9 deck, as you can see. So, and once again, we see that Kashira Fenrir that did so much work previously. However, it is in the column of Disablaster the Negation Fortress. So now we can stop that Fenrir. Okay. And we have Chaotic Elements. Do we have a level 5 in hand to pair that with a Jokul, or even a K9 in the grave to go for a Lantern play? Here's the Jokul. Revealing another copy of Disablaster. Okay, let's take a quick look at Duel B, because I do see that Team UK with Raven here has established a pretty big board already. It is currently turn 2. Atrix going second with Labyrinth, which is a deck that typically likes to go first a lot. Staring down a pretty big field here. K9 Hound, K9 Ripper, and Nash Knight. We do have Pot of Extravagance, however. That's a good start, if I've ever seen one. Did they make a pact to not play Kutune Draco Tiller branded? No, they were given a selection of decks, because these are all completely new players, or almost completely new players to Yu-Gi-Oh! They were given a selection of decks that were deemed good for newer players, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a complex game. So no one expected these players to go with the highest ceiling decks in the game or whatever. So this is basically the decks we're seeing in the tournament today are Labyrinth, Sprites, Pure K9, Mimighoul, and Blue Eyes were the decks that they had access to. Is Nash Knight a quick effect? Nash Knight is a quick effect during the main phase. You can use it during either player's main phase 1 or 2. Pre-built. They were pre-built. They did have some training sessions with some Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creators. I'm not sure if they were allowed to make some changes to the list. If they were like, let's say they were practicing and they noticed like, hey, I'm missing, I really want that card, or I don't want that card. Maybe they were allowed to make some changes, but the fundamentals of these decks are the same. All right, we see a Stovey Torby being used. Not chaining Ripper to that is interesting. Instead, chaining the Azuna, I mean, also good. The problem here, I feel like, is that the Labyrinth deck is just a little slow when it goes second, and K9 has such a big board already. The Hound is getting so big, too. Things are looking good for Raven. Now, no matter what happens in these games, we are going to go to a third series here in this match. We make Typhon here, which if Raven responds to this with the Nash Knight, that's going to be really, really strong. That's a card you immediately want to attach to the Nash Knight, which is what Raven does. Well played. And now, how does Atrix really deal with this board? Because we can't summon anymore this turn. And I don't know about you guys, but I feel like the Typhon win rate today, it doesn't matter if it's veteran players or new players, the Typhon win rate stays the same. There's only one thing that's guaranteed in Yu-Gi-Oh, and that is that Typhon has less than 50% win rate. It was good a couple times though. A couple of times it was really good. Three, you think? Yeah, I mean, it looks like in both of these games, it looks like the K9 deck is quite far ahead. Tiras is cool. That's the first time we're seeing that today. Okay, that's awesome. Summoning Tiras, the Keeper of Genesis. Standby phase. We can use K9 Hound now. Oh, we hit the Destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon, which is actually really good for Raven because, I mean, you're going to see this in a moment, but all of these monsters are going to go flip face down now. The problem is these were all summoned on previous turns, so as soon as we hit the main phase, we can flip them all back up. We can still change their battle positions because they've been on the field for longer than a turn. Going with Big Welcome Labyrinth here. I don't know if Atrix can survive this turn. I don't know if Atrix can. Because we summon Lovely, but we have to return it right away. So we have an open board. And even if we trigger something in the graveyard with this, like Stovey Torby or Chandelier or Welcome Labyrinth, it's not going to have any impact immediately. And I think if Raven just goes main phase and flips everything, which is impossible to miss, right? They all glow. Yeah. So that is 51, 68, 9,100 points of damage on the board already. Nothing stopping you from just clicking battle phase. And I think Raven is going to secure this win for Team UK in this turn. Let's take a quick look at Duel A before it ends. Is there a chance still? Is there a chance for Boba to make it 4-2, or are we just going to go into the third match tied at 3-3? It looks like it's looking very, very good for Druid Thunder here. The K9 deck really performing today. Ripper negates armor in hand. Normal summon armor. Is there a Typhon? Nope. The forced release does not even allow that. Well played by Druid Thunder, as we see Raven took the win in Duel B. So at the moment, just for a short period of time, Team UK is ahead with 3 wins to 2. But it is only really going to be a moment as Team Italy is on the verge of immediately equalizing. The first semifinals was a dominating victory for Team Germany, but this one could not be closer. It's going to be 3-3 going into the third set of games. Druid is 6-0 for now. I mean, yeah, the K9 deck has definitely been the best performing deck of the tournament so far. It was not only Druid Thunder, but also we just saw it win for Raven, but we also saw that Mythos of Gaming was doing really well with it for Team Germany. So the K9 deck is probably, I would say, the strongest deck in the roster. At least judging from the results from today. I think the Labyrinth deck probably has a good chance against it, but I think playing that matchup well is much harder for the Labyrinth player than the K9 player personally. Like I think Labyrinth against pure K9, Labyrinth can probably outgrind it, but that takes a lot of nuance. Like that takes a really good understanding of how to use your interruptions and how to get rid of stuff and stuff like that. I think then the Labyrinth deck can outlast K9, but it's not easy. It's really not easy. So yeah. But yeah, between like, and then the second most played deck was Sprite, and Sprite versus K9. Like I think you could argue like Sprite and K9 are pretty similar decks. The one is like rank 2 XYZ spam focused. The other one is rank 5 XYZ spam focused. But like the K9s are just a newer archetype than the Sprites. So a lot of like the cards are just a little bigger, a little more powerful. Got like a couple more bonus effects here and there. An easier time finishing out the game. So yeah, it's not really a surprise. Because I think like in terms of like how hard to play they are, I think Sprite and K9 are relatively similar to each other. They both got some combo lines that you need to get down. You know, you do need to practice them a little bit, but they're not like, which is why they're well suited for today's tournament. Like they're not incredibly difficult to understand, right? So yeah. Okay, well, we have a couple more matches ahead of ourselves. We have a third set between the UK and Italy, and then we have a grand finals waiting for us in a bit. So we're gonna see the third set between UK and Italy first. Of course, the matchups are going to be Crokies versus Atrix, Boba versus Delmo, and Raven versus Druid Thunder. As you can see, our bracket here, we have Team Germany already guaranteed in the finals with a 5-1 win over Team France. On the other side of the bracket, Team UK and Team Italy are tied 3-3, and we are going to jump into that third set any moment now as the games have just begun. So we should be jumping into that very, very shortly. And here we are. It is going to be Crokies versus Atrix on our first monitor here. We're going to see Atrix going first. Now, a reminder, this is Atrix on Labyrinth and Crokies on Labyrinth as well. So this is a Labyrinth on Labyrinth duel. Really tough one to maneuver, I think. As we see Italy going first in Duel B, and we see the UK going first in Duel C with Raven. Honestly, yeah, in Duel C is massive because Duel C is the two K9 decks against each other, which is quite big. Especially with Raven winning the coin flip there and being able to go first. That is massive. Ooh, let's actually take a look at Duel C, because I'm seeing a Max C being used in response to Jokul. Oh, I wonder if that's intentional. I wonder... I mean, maybe it is. Maybe I'm not giving Raven enough credit, but what's happening here is Jokul is revealing Izuna. Druid Thunder chained Max C, and Raven is chaining the Izuna that was revealed for the Jokul. What's going to happen here is Izuna is going to summon itself before the Max C is active, and Jokul is not going to summon itself because the Izuna isn't there anymore. So that's a great way to outplay the Max C a little bit here. Now, you still are under Max C now, but we didn't give any draws so far, at least. We do have an infinite impermanence on this Izuna, though. Okay. That's too advanced to be intentional. I mean, you never know. You never know. It's the thing, right? It's either very advanced or it's just Izuna button glow. I click. It's one of the two. We don't know what it is. But that's the fun of it, I think, today. Oh, as Druid Thunder really going second with a phenomenal hand here in the K9 mirror. We drew Izuna, Max C, and Infinite Impermanence. Can't really ask for a better hand going second. Really cannot ask for much more. We're not going to use the Lupus just yet to make an Exceed. And now we normal summon the Jokul here on the side of Raven. And now the Lupus is going to overlay. Gonna make a Nash Knight, and that could attach the Jokul immediately. And that's gonna put both of these duelists relatively low on resources for now. Because I doubt Raven has a way to continue here, because we've used the normal summon. We've used Jokul. We have no K9 in the graveyard for Lantern, and we're under Maxi anyways. So I think this is enough to stop the turn pretty much entirely for Raven. But Druid Thunder also down to just 2 cards in hand. Gonna draw to a third, but we'll see how much they can make work with that. And it is the end phase for Raven. And a Chaotic Elements. Ooh. We have a way to stop that? No, it's just Effect Veiler. Okay. Well, the Nash Knight can chain to this. It's a quick effect. If Druid Thunder wants to. Let's take a quick look at Duel B, because it's a Sprite endboard being made, but I want to see more of that Mimighoul deck from Boba. Now they're going second into this board, which is a pretty impressive board, to be fair. It is Elf, IP, and Sprint with a face down. Nothing to scoff at. But let's see what the Mimighouls can do. And are we going to start with Fenrir again? No Fenrir yet. Oh, there it is. Never mind. All right, there's the Fenrir. It's a great card in this game state. And it's immediately going to prompt the IP Masquerena and the Sprite Elf. We are firing everything at this Fenrir. We're bringing back Sprite Red. That's a good call, because that can stop a monster effect here. The problem is still the Fenrir, for a card that commits so little, still forces out a lot of interruptions from sprites here. The IP Masquerena is going to go into SP probably, but then the Fenrir can still trigger to force out the Sprite Red. Here's SP Little Knight. Now you want to trigger the Fenrir, I think, to force the red. I mean, you only have two options, Elf or Red, and Elf has already been used, so I feel like it's... we target the Elf, okay. I mean, you know, Elf is like... Elf is good for follow-up, so getting rid of that here is good. And if the Sprite Red chooses to negate, it needs to tribute the SP Little Knight, so I guess that's fine. Yeah, it's not... Actually, you know what? I don't hate this. As long as you can play through the Sprite Red, of course. You do need a plan on how to deal with it. Okay. Okay, are they going to SP themselves with the Sprite Red? Are they going to clear the board to play around Thrust? I would be so impressed if they did that. I don't even care if it's the correct play or not. I just seeing that play here, I would find very impressive. Okay, we don't see it. That would have been awesome though. We set the maker. We need to add that to hand in order to use it. No. No, we set maker. Yeah, by mistake probably. Okay, now that puts us on the back foot here for sure. The thrust prompt is unintuitive. What is it? Like you activate thrust, you pick a card, and then it asks you if you want to set it, or does it ask you if you want to add it to hand? I forget. But I think if you click yes, it goes onto your field. So I think it asks you if you want to set the card. Or no, it should probably add. Yeah, it asks if you want to set. Yeah. Which is weird, I guess, right? Because Thrust says you can set a card, but if your opponent controls a monster, you can add it to your hand instead. Which means that if you read it, you would think like the bonus option is the do you want to add it to your hand? I guess that's what they were thinking it would do. Oh, Duster here at the end of everything. Okay. All right, Duel C has finished. Druid Thunder has taken down Raven in the K9 mirror match with that great hand going second. So that is the 4th win for Team Italy. So they are on the verge of making it to the finals if they win one of these other 2 games. And this one is looking very good for Delmo. Do they have another Sprite to continue playing here, though? If not, they're in trouble. Red to attack. Don't tell me they're just going battle phase with the red. Oh, they don't have a level 2. They don't have a level 2. What do they have then? Wait, maybe winnable for Mimighuls? Mimighoul Room. That's a good one to have. We're special summoning Mimighoul Dragon to the opponent's side of the field. Okay, flip the red face down. And it looks like Sprite really doesn't have anything. The question is one Mimighoul Maker plus the draw here good enough? Here's the Maker. Does it resolve? That's the first big question. Looks like the answer is yes. No Ash Blossom. How is the mirror going? It's incredibly hard to tell because there's so much stuff going on in the Labyrinth mirror match in terms of like the graveyard setup. On the first glance, it looks like it's relatively equal, but Team Italy does have more cards in hand at the moment. So I would say it's probably looking good for Team Italy over there, but it's not over. All right, Mimighoul Cerberus is the summon. Do they even have a way to flip up these Mimighouls that they gave to the opponent right now? Mimighoul Room. That's going to return Cerberus to the hand. And now what? Now what? I can't take this. Mimighoul Cerberus on the opponent's... Okay, we're giving them a lot of Mimighouls. But how are we planning on flipping them? Because they're not going to flip them for us. We went battle phase. Looks like we didn't have anything. End phase. Okay. Okay. I mean, maybe the plan is to force them to flip them because they can't really... Like, they have 3 zones that are blocked right now. Is that the idea? It could be. I mean, somewhat effective, I guess. Oh! No! Tribute summon Nibiru? That's awesome. That is so good here, too. And now we can keep playing. Yeah, now we got room. That's one way to get rid of your Mimighouls that your opponent gave you. Here, I don't want these. I'll tribute them. Okay, special summon blue means we can now use Maker to flip up Mimighoul Cerberus. But I don't even know... That doesn't do enough, I don't think. Now they got a Sprite Red. They got a Sprite Red from that exchange, but that's not really gonna stop this. That's not gonna stop this. And I think this is the first time I think we're seeing the Mimighoul deck lose today. But it might very well be the last game of the series, because I do think... Oh, Ash Blossom in hand. Ash Blossom in hand is a little too late here, I think, as Sprite Red can just stop it if they want to. But even if they don't stop it, I feel like Mimighoul is out of it here. Maybe we just needed to not set the Maker with the Thrust. Maybe that could have made all the difference. We let the Ash happen on the Sprite Jet. Oh, and Talents. Take the Sprite Red. Give it back. It was mine originally. It's mine. Yep. And that is quick math. Not yet enough, but maybe with Sprite Elf into Gigantic or something. Oh, as we do see on Duel A, we see a win for Team UK. So it's really, it couldn't be closer than this. It all comes down to this one. It all comes down to this one. It's 4-4. And this Gamma Burst is going to seal the deal. This Gamma Burst is going to seal the deal for Team Italy. Delmo is going to take down Boba here. The Sprites defeat the Mimighouls with Tribute Summon Nibiru, the Primal Being, to out the face-down Mimighouls on their own side of the field. And that is going to give Italy a well-deserved spot in our grand finals. Well played, both of those teams. Team UK, very good performance in our round-robin group stage, but did go down here in the top 4 in a banger of a series. 9 games. 5-4 in the end. Team Italy takes it and moves to the finals. Okay. We say goodbye to Team UK. It was a pleasure having you in the tournament today. Well played. Especially, it was awesome to see the Mimighoul deck in the running as well. But ultimately, our finals is going to be Team Germany, who have not lost a single series today, versus Team Italy, who have made their way through the other side of the bracket, going through Team UK with 5-4. All right. We are going to be setting up the finals to begin momentarily, I believe. So we're not going to go on a break for that one either. It's just back-to-back-to-back matches today. We are rapid firing the Master Duel action, but we have one more match after this for the finals, and then after the finals, we're going to have a quick interview with the coach of the winning team. All right, and you guys can get your guesses in the chat right now on who you think is going to win this finals. I mean, based on the statistics, I'm not even biased here, but based on the stats of the tournament so far, you got to give it to Team Germany. They are currently completely undefeated. They have also defeated Team Italy before in the round robin, but also Team Italy, I gotta say, that was some good play. That was some good play in this semifinals. So they are definitely, I feel like they're coming into this finals as the underdogs, but not a huge underdog. Definitely, they did really well in this semifinals as well. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see who is going to win. I can give you guys a prediction actually in the chat if you guys want to. Yeah. I'll give you a prediction if you guys want to. We got Italy versus Germany in the finals. I'll give you a couple minutes to predict who's going to win, and then we're going to see the finals in just a moment. Players are currently assembling at their tables. Just a couple of minutes until we begin, I believe. So, yeah. All right. Whew. Oh, I cannot get over that tribute summon Nibiru over 2 Mimighouls. That was tough. All right. Yeah, I believe both canine duelists from both teams are undefeated so far. If what the chat is saying is correct, we've seen Mythos of Gaming and Druid Thunder both completely tearing apart the competition with the canine decks. So that's going to be a fun little, a fun little clash. But if I had to guess, I think this finals is probably going to go the full distance of 9 games as well. From what I've seen so far, I feel like both teams are playing too well to be taken down easily in this finals, no matter who ends up winning. So my personal prediction is whoever wins, it's going to be a close one, like a 5-4 or a 6-3. At least that's what I'm hoping for. All right. As far as the lineups goes, just a quick refresher on what we're working with. We have on the side of Team Italy, who have been coached by Colossa. We have Atrix on Labyrinth, we have Druid Thunder on K9, and we have Delmo on Sprite. And then on Team Germany's end, we have, of course, coached by Joka. We have Mythos of Gaming on K9, Zero of Time on Sprite, and Firat on Labyrinth. So the same 3 decks on both teams. It is K9, Sprite, and Labyrinth, which seems to have been the lineup for the tournament today. But yeah, that's going to be the matchup for the finals as we are about to hop in our finals one last time. The games have just started, so we should be getting going any moment now with the grand finals of this year's Continental Clash. Even before the finals, I just want to say I hope you all had a good time today. I thought it was awesome to watch some new players try out Master Duel. I had a good time. I hope you did too. Let's get a good finals. One last match for today. And here we go. Team Germany versus Team Italy. And we have the two titans of these teams going up against each other immediately. It is Mythos of Gaming versus Druid Thunder, both at the moment completely undefeated with their canine decks, but only one of them can walk away undefeated after this one. One of them has to win, one of them has to lose. Only one of these two players can keep their undefeated streak. And it is Mythos going first for Team Germany. Oh, I see a Maxi resolving for Team Italy in Duel B. That's rough. And I also see Italy going first with a strong hand in Duel C. So Italy actually looking pretty good here, I would say. Maxi resolving is rough. Let's take a look at Duel B, because I do want to see how Zero of Time handles this Maxi. We did go, honestly, we had a phenomenal start for Sprite standards. We went Swap Frog, Discard, Nimble Angler, which is really good. The problem is Maxi is the perfect answer to that situation. And now, the more we summon, the more draws we give to our opponent. I actually quite like what the Zero of Time is doing here and just setting and passing, because at the end of the day, Atrix is on Labyrinth. So if you just pass here, they're not going to pull off any crazy combos on you, most likely. I mean, they can have some explosive hands, but most of the time, Labyrinth is just going to set some trap cards. So you are likely to keep some of your cards for next turn, and you can just keep pushing when the maxi has worn off, I suppose. I think that would be my plan here as well. But Atrix actually, you know, putting on the pressure immediately with Arias the Labyrinth Butler. That is not what you want to see if you are the Zero of Time here. Oh, it's just the Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. Okay. I wonder why we're setting that. If I mean, the Maxi is active anyways. We would want the opponent to push. Yeah, I'm saying just because. Oh, okay. I'm saying just because I wasn't expecting Atrix to try and stop the Zero of Time from pushing this turn. Because under Maxi, you're happy if your opponent pushes, usually. Now, is the Zero of Time going to use the Swap Rock technology to return follow-up to the hand here, is my question. Swap Rock returns Sprite Jet, looking really good here to me. No, we're just going to leave it all there. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Yeah, Labyrinth, not a very fast deck, not an easy time at clearing all of these monsters. So there's a really good chance that the Zero of Time is just going to keep a bunch of these sprites around for next turn. Or a bunch of these level 2 monsters, rather, I should say. Here's the Ariana. That's a good start. Gets hit with Infinite Impermanence, which does allow Arias to come out. Ooh, okay. Sneaky Karma Cannon in response to the Infinite Impermanence, making sure that the Ariana resolves. Because now it's face down, the Infinite Impermanence cannot successfully negate it. However, now the Ariana is in defense mode. It's not able to run over anything. And we don't have the Karma Cannon for next turn. So is this search really so important that we skip over all of those things? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. What are we searching with that Karma Cannon that is so important to us? With that Ariana, I mean, not the Karma Cannon. Yeah, Mythos of Gaming is doing really well in Duel A. Let's take a quick look at that. Because I think it still is the first turn. Yes, it is the first turn. And they are about to pass it over to Druid Thunder going second, who I think we looked at the hand earlier with the K9 Noroi. I do believe that Druid Thunder had a good hand as well, but is it good enough to beat this board? You need a pretty good hand to beat that, especially with just 4 cards. Set 1 is not how you want to start approaching this, I feel. We have Blaster and Joko. Don't stop that with Ripper. Okay. Oh wait, no, the Ripper has no more materials. Never mind. I didn't see that. That makes a big difference here, actually. Ripper no material is a lot worse than I thought it was. Because now, here's the thing, right? We put the Blaster in the column of the Masquerade. That's really good. Doesn't that get negated? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, how unfortunate. How unfortunate that the forced release was exactly in the same column. We really should have put it somewhere else. That's tough. Okay, infinite impermanence. Now we're negating the fortress. Should have done that a little earlier, I guess. Now we can use our Masquerade without it being negated. So we still get to negate the Joko. Get rid of that Lantern. Okay. But Root Thunder still has one more rank 5 play available. And if you've ever played a K9 deck yourself, you know how much this can lead to potentially. Here is their own copy of K9 Ripper. And now we have K9 Special Release Experiment. Bring back Noroi. What is that? Make Jax? It is Make Jax, and that destroys the Ripper. And I think even with that little bit of a, little bit of a slip up there with the K9 forced release, I ultimately think Mythos of Gaming is able to walk away with this. This is in the Imperm column, the chaotic elements, so not able to search with it. And I do believe Druid Thunder loses the win streak with the K9 deck, as Mythos of Gaming is the one maintaining the win streak with K9 here. Both players, up until this point, undefeated in the tournament, is what I've been told, with the K9 deck. But ultimately, it is going to be Mythos of Gaming, who remains undefeated, and Druid Thunder falls here in the K9 mirror match. Column Gaming, yep. All right. And because of that Masquerade, Druid Thunder is only on 4,000 life points. It's easily good enough. Easily good enough. So Mythos of Gaming is going to take this one. First win of the finals for Team Germany. Let's take a quick look at how it's going in Duel B. As we see that game that started so well for Atrix with the Maxi resolving, actually still quite in the middle of something here. Now, how did the Lady Labyrinth find its way to the other side of the table? Is that a Triple Tactics Talents moment? Probably. Or Sprite double crossed. Yeah, you're right, because the Sprite Elf is pointing to it. We haven't seen a single Sprite double cross today, though, but maybe, yeah. All right. Well, this the destructive Daruma Karmic Cannon is resolving. Can we flip some of these back up or not? I would assume no. No, it's just the end phase. Okay. These destructive Daruma Karma Cannons really putting in work today for the Labyrinth players. Such a strong card. I love destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. All right, here's the Lady Labyrinth being flipped. Also looks like it was not Talons that took the lovely Labyrinth. Must have been right double cross. Using Big Welcome Labyrinth, we can return our own lovely to the hand, actually. No, we return our own Ariana. Okay. Are there unique deck building restrictions? Well, not technically deck building restrictions, but since these are all new players to the game, they've been provided with some beginner-friendly deck lists, which is why we're seeing some similar decks today. Which I do think does make sense. I think if you're it's already a tough task to learn Yu-Gi-Oh in the span of like 1 or 2 weeks. If they also have to build their own decks, I think it becomes very, very. So they've been given some decks. They could choose from a variety of different decks, but the decks were built already. All right, Duel C, we saw a win for Team Italy. So currently, the duels, the gamers are sitting at 1-1 in this grand finals. Reminder: it is a best of 9, so first to 5 wins. This one is looking phenomenal for Team Italy. I gotta say, the Labyrinth deck here doing phenomenal things to the Sprite deck. Lab feels on the more difficult side of the roster. I'm very positively surprised by the fact that so many people have picked the Labyrinth deck out of the options available. Because I agree with you, it is one of the more difficult decks to pilot properly. And I thought that's pretty cool that people are still picking it up. And doing well with it too. Like the Labyrinth play has not been bad at all today. There was a Blue Eyes. Blue Eyes was also an option for players. But the Blue Eyes deck is no longer in the tournament at the moment. All right, we have Ronin Toden coming back to the field for the 0 of time. Can it turn things around here? Sprite Blue, Sprite Jet. Okay, good start. I think the win condition here is clear. The win condition here is clear. It is Zeus. We do need Zeus in here in order to clear this board, I think. All right, we activated a normal trap, so we get to revive a fiend monster. Here's lovely Labyrinth. Welcome back. We absolutely do need to find a Zeus line here if possible. Yeah, I do think there's another Daruma Karma Cannon face down, which makes this really hard. And even Sprite Carrot will not save you because there's a lovely Labyrinth on the field, right? So here's Sprite Elf. Bringing back Sprite Jet, but we've already tried to search with that this turn. We can't do it again. Looks like we have no Sprite Blue in the graveyard. I feel like as long as we just hold the Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon, there's no way we can get Zeus, right? Just hold the Karma Cannon for the battle phase. Oh, we use it now. Okay, that's risky. What if we have a way to make... Like, what if we have Nimble Beaver now? I think Nimble Beaver just wins. Wait, you have another Frog Engrave? Wait, any level 2 wins. Wait, any level 2 can win now. Oh, it's another Swap Frog! Wait, we can Zeus! Oh, hold up, it might not be over. Just don't use the effect. No! We detach! Oh, that's heartbreaking. I mean, this is still not... It's not, like, bad. But now you just can't out the board. The cards are too big. And the extra monster zone is even occupied by the other gigantic sprites, so we can't even link summon. We can't even make like SP Little Knight to answer some of the board. I think we legitimately can't clear any of it because they're all too big. Even Ariana is too big. It's 2100 defense. Can Gamma Burst get them big enough? Gamma Burst would be a solution, but they can't search it this turn because they've already used Jet. They cannot get Gamma Burst this turn. Ah, that gigantic sprite activation just broke me a little bit. Yeah, and that's gonna be super simple for Labyrinth. Just flip everything. Just flip everything and attack everything, and you're gonna walk away with it. Even if it's not game this turn, reset a trap with lovely Labyrinth, and there you go. Resetting that Destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. Oh, that deals 2,000, that deals 1,300, that deals 1,900, that deals 2,000. It's not game. It's not game, but it is probably a 1 game. Yeah, I don't think there is a card in Zero of Time's deck that can get them out of the situation at this point. And I think it will be Atrix walking away with the win here for Team Italy, which is going to put them up 2-1 in this grand final. They are coming into this finals as the underdog, but they are here to play. And they are here to win. So 2-1 lead for Team Italy. Well played. Well played. But it's not over until it's over. It is a best of 9 / first to 5 wins. So they do need to win at least 3 more games out of those next 6 in order to take it. And the Team Germany is going to have to step up their game if they want to win this finals and become the Continental Clash champions. All right. As we are waiting now for our finalists to assemble on the tables for the second set of the finals. Yeah. Dude, exciting stuff. Really exciting games so far today. And I can't wait to see what's happening in the second set. Let's see. I mean, honestly, also if Italy wins all 3 now, it's already over. If Italy wins all 3, it's GG. They will be your Continental Clash winners. Do they get a trophy if they win? Probably. I don't know. I'm just here to cast. I am just here to cast. All right, we are still waiting for players to get to their tables. Are you really going to play the Duel Links qualifier this weekend? Yes, I am going to play the Duel Links qualifier this weekend. I'll probably not start, like, when does it starts at like 7 in the morning for me or 6 in the morning? I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to start exactly then. Because there's one thing I've learned. There's one thing I've learned in previous Master Duel Worlds qualifiers is that, like, you do need to take healthy amounts of breaks anyways. And so I'm not going to force myself to wake up super early. But I'll probably start tomorrow morning at like 9 or 10. Is probably when I'll start to stream tomorrow morning. Oh, yeah. And then I'll just see how it goes. You know, I of course, as someone who doesn't super actively play Duel Links, I'm not I just want to try. I'm excited for it, but I'm not going to expect much for myself. I'll probably make a lot of mistakes in the first day or two, but I'll try to improve as I go, and then maybe I'll have a chance. We'll see. Anyways, first things first, we're gonna have to figure out who wins this continental clash between Germany and Italy. So let's see it here. We have Italy going first here. Italy going first in Duel C. Germany going first in Duel B. Let's see. We have an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on Chaotic Elements. All right. We trade 1 for 1 there. But there's an Azuna waiting in the wings to extend for Druid Thunder here. And that is going to essentially nullify that Ash Blossom because that puts 2 level 5 monsters on the field immediately for Druid Thunder. Phenomenal start. Whereas in Duel B, we see Labyrinth versus Labyrinth, which could end up being a very long match. And in Duel C, of course, we have Mythos of Gaming versus Rights. Let's take a look at what's developing in Duel C, as we do see an effect failure on the Gigantic Sprite, potentially forcing Delmo to pass on very little here. It successfully resolves. Mythos of Gaming is only on 3 cards in hand, so there must be something else that has happened before. These are new duelists to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, these are all content creators from other fields who have been trained by Yu-Gi-Oh! Influencers over the last couple of days to learn the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Pretty much. That was the idea behind this concept. And so that's also the reason why they're not playing like the current meta decks, because those are very hard for beginners, right? So that's why they're using some simpler, like Pure Canine, Pure Sprites, Labyrinth. That's why the decks are what they are. All right, Delmo passes on a gigantic sprite after that effect veiler, but we do have Ash Blossom for that Noroi. Does Mythos have a way to continue here? Ooh, Noroi sends itself. Looks at the last card in hand. Does that indicate Lantern? Gamma Burst is the last card in hand. That's a dangerous one to look at, because that means next turn is going to go down. All right, Lantern is in hand, though, for the Noroi. That is massive. Delmo probably wishes they set that Gamma Burst, because that's one thing that's important against K9 is you do not want to have two cards in hand. Oh, Sprite Smashers is going to banish Gigantic Sprite and Lantern, but that's going to put Delmo down to 0 cards. Nothing. Okay. But it is enough to end the turn here for K9. We swing with the Noroi and then we pass. Can we top deck out of this one? Nimble Beaver, Sprite Starter. There are things we can draw for sure. I think that does it, because there's already frogs in the graveyard. There's already a swap frog in the graveyard, and with this Ronin Toad in now, this does do it for Delmo. That's basically Nimble Beaver if you think about it. Right? That's basically Nimble Beaver. Totally Awesome? No, they can't make Totally Awesome. Ooh, a Drollin Lockbird makes an appearance here, though. That's annoying, because now the Sprite Jet cannot search. But does that actually... I mean, does that do enough? I feel like as long as we can out the Noroi here, we might still be fine. Alright, Sprite gonna have a decent push this turn. Well, I can already see that Druid Thunder is popping off in Duel A with the K9 deck, so that's looking pretty good. Sprite Elf here. How are we gonna get over this Noroi is my question. An easy answer would be a big gigantic Sprite. We have seen that these Sprite decks are on Sprite Sprint. So you could see a simple Sprite Sprint, send Angler, summon 2 Beavers, make a gigantic Sprite that has 3200 attack. There's the Sprint. That is step 1 to that line. Onibimaru. They could also make Onibimaru. Can they figure out a way to go for game with Mosquito? Currently not. They need one more monster for Mosquito to be game. Because they would need 1 attack to place the counter and then 4 more attacks after. Linking off the monster negate? Yeah. Linking off the monster negate, probably not the way to go, but it's fine. Actually, they have gone. That's a good point. They have gone through 2 Gigantics already. So if they don't play 3, they can't make a 3200 Gigantic anymore. So it is Onibimaru. Okay. That is a decent amount of damage, but not quite enough. I believe that is 6,000 damage. Yep, that is 6,000 damage. And K9 will have a chance at a comeback here. The problem for Mythos is that, you know, Delmo has no cards in hand, so we can't normal summon any K9s. And in order to play, you basically need Lantern access, or you need Jokul plus level 5. Those are your 2 ways you can do it. And even then, Sprite does have some interruptions here with the IP into SP. Down to the wire here for Mythos of Gaming. We need a way to extend or play here. Do we have it? This is where the win streak could end for Mythos of Gaming. They haven't lost the game yet. Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring normal summon. That's not it. Probably Typhon, but IP into SP does solve that. No, not the Typhon win rate. Yep, and there's the IP Masquerena. And I think that's going to be the first loss for Mythos of Gaming today. Yep. Looks like it. Looks like it. Okay, we get Noroi back with Gamma Burst being banished and no more gigantic sprites. Is there a world where sprites struggles getting over the 2200 here? It really depends on their extra deck, I guess, but they shouldn't. I mean, even Mosquito, Sky Cavalry, Centaurea, there's plenty of cards that they should have. Oh, that. Okay, that's new. But that works. That's cool, though. Underworld Goddess is the way we choose to do it, and that's quick and effective, and that gives Italy their 3rd win in the finals here. Their 3rd win, one step closer to the championship. As we do see Firat, however, in a good position here in the Labyrinth mirror match. Whereas in Duel A, it looks like Druid Thunder is in a very convincing spot with the K9 deck. We do see the big welcome Labyrinth in the battle phase here. Destroying the other field spell with their own field spell. Destroying a card in the opponent's hands. Stovi Torby does not have attack points. It's not quite game yet, but very, very good execution here. Destroys the other lovely. Goes for 3,000 damage. As we do see Duel A also ending in favor of Team Italy. So Team Italy is one win away from becoming your Continental Clash champions. 4-1 lead. 4-1 lead in the finals. Team Germany, who haven't lost a match yet, are so close to losing the most important match of all of them. But I do think this one's looking good for Team Germany. I do think they're not going to go down 5-1 here. At least from the looks of it here, it looks like Firat is way too far ahead in the Labyrinth Mirror match. So I do think we are going to go into a third series. Now, even if Firat wins this one, it's going to be a 4-2 lead for Team Italy. But I do think this one's looking pretty good. Okay, Chain Maxi. A little late to the party. Card reacts after stream? Probably not. I need to get ready for... I mean, I gotta wake up kind of early tomorrow for the Duel Links thing. Gonna be live earlier than usual. Yeah, I don't know exactly yet when I'm gonna start tomorrow. Probably at like 9 or 10 in the morning for me. Okay, we're giving extra draws to the Maxi here. Maybe a way back into this game for Atrix, getting 2 draws from that Maxi. But we also do lose a card to the Lovely Labyrinth, so we're back to where we started in terms of the card count. Normal summon Ariana. Evenly could do some work. I don't think the Labyrinth decks have evenly matched. I don't think they do. But yeah, you are right. It would have been really good here. Yep. And Atrix sees the writing on the wall. No way back into this game. And we do see a surrender here, which means that Germany is not out of it yet. It is a 4-2 lead for Team Italy, which means that in this third set that we are about to see in just a few minutes, if Italy wins any of the games, any of them, they win the Continental Clash. In order for Germany to win the Continental Clash, they need to win all 3 games. Which is a tough ask because especially Druid Thunder on the K9 deck has been incredibly hard to take down today. I believe they are still on a like 7-1 or 8-1 record. They've only lost once, which was against Mythos of Gaming, also on the K9 deck. So it's going to be rough to take down Druid Thunder here. And not only do they need to take down Druid Thunder, they also need to take down basically the entirety of Team Italy. They need to win all 3 games in order to win the tournament. So at the moment, they went into this finals as the favorites, but at the moment, it is Italy who is looking more likely to win. As you can see, this was our final score at the end of the group stage. Germany, 12 points. They won all of their games. Team Italy went 2-2 in the round robins, but here they are in the finals, an overwhelming favorite right now to win it all. As you can see, 4-2 lead over Team Germany. So yeah, that's tough. That's tough for Team Germany, but they're not out of it yet. We've seen it before in these 3v3 tournaments. We've seen these reverse sweeps happen. They can absolutely happen. Team Germany can make it work. But of course, Italy is the overwhelming favorite right now, as players are finding their ways into their tables for one last set of the day. And before we jump into that last set, I just want to say I've had a blast today. I thought it was an awesome event. I hope you guys had fun too. It was, of course, a little bit different than what we usually have with Yu-Gi-Oh events. You know, usually when you see Yu-Gi-Oh tournaments, you see like veterans or players who've played the game a lot go against each other. Today was a little bit of a different one where we saw some new players approach to the games, and I thought that was really fun. You know, we didn't see perfect play, but that's not what it was all about. It was about, you know, seeing some good games that were close and down to the wire and exciting matches. And yeah, that's that. All right. Game set 3 of the finals, 0 of time, going first here against Delmo. Normal summon Sprite Carrot, special summon Sprite Blue. Good start for the 0 of time. However, I'm seeing in Duel C, I'm seeing Druid Thunder going first with the K9 deck. And that is a good indicator that they are in a good position. Let's take a quick look at Duel C. Let's get it to the big screen. Because if Druid Thunder is able to win this one, it is already the win for Team Italy in this finals. As we are also still waiting for Duel B between Mythos of Gaming and who's the opponent of Mythos of Gaming on the other side? Let me quickly check. Because they haven't started yet. Should be Atrix. Yeah, they're going to start in a moment. All right, we see a Noroi here resolving. So far, Druid Thunder going completely uninterrupted here. Special summon Jokul with Noroi. Oh, and it was Sprint Pass at Duel A. Let's take a look at Duel A. We have Sprint Pass. Maxi is activated in the draw phase, though. Does it resolve against Delmo? No, we have a Called by the Grave on it as well. You know, I was expecting maybe Druid Thunder to be the one maybe crowning Team Italy the champions here by going first with K9. But Delmo is actually on a very good way to maybe even win before then. Stopping the 0 of time and having Called by the Grave for Max C. All we need now is a way to kick things off here to start playing. Do we have it? Normal summon Sprite Blue is not the best way to do it, but if you have a second one, yeah, there's Sprite Jet. That might do it. Hold up. We have an Ash Blossom from the 0 of time. Not going to go down without a fight. We do have something to say about that. But Blue and Jet together can still make Gigantic Sprite. They can still make Sprite Sprint. So this alone is not enough. And also Duel B is now starting. It's Mythos of Gaming going first with the K9 deck. All right, Gigantic Sprite resolves. Gets you the Swap Frog, the Royal one. All right, bring back that Ronin Totem. The full arts. Master Duel did get the first couple of extended arts just last week. Yeah, we got the Mirror Jade and the Dominus Impulse now in Master Duel, and they do look awesome. Monster Reborn. Okay, sure. I think that's the first time we've seen this card, but it's quite the iconic one today. Here's the Sprite Blue coming back from the graveyard. Hasn't used its effect to search yet either. And that's going to search Sprite Red. And even if we can't find a way to go for game this turn, this is looking like a very good position for Delmo. I mean, look, Team Italy is looking good in basically all in Duel C and Duel A. So I find it hard to believe that they will give this away at some point anymore. All they need is one win and they win the tournament. So I think, I don't know who's gonna finish first, but they're looking really good here. The duels for Team Italy. Here's Delmo's Sprite Sprint. That is 2 Nimble Beavers being summoned. We make a big, gigantic Sprite. Still not enough damage, though. Still not enough damage. From what I'm seeing, it still is going to be a little bit short of 8,000. So I do think the Zero of Time is probably going to get another turn. Hold up. Onibimaru. Cat Shark. Cat Shark. Does it? That's enough. That's enough. Cat Shark, the first appearance of Cat Shark today. 5,000. $12. 14, and Cat Shark last. The first and only appearance of Cat Shark. And it is such an important one. Delmo takes down the Zero of Time in the Sprite Mirror match. And that's it. Italy wins. Italy takes down the EU Continental Clash this year. What a performance. Taking down Team Germany, who have been undefeated all the way until the finals. But they didn't go all the way until the end. It was Team Italy who took it all. Well played. Well played, Italy, but also well played, Germany, and well played everyone else in the tournament. It was definitely a blast. We're going to have a little chit chat with Colossa in a second, who was the coach for Team Italy, to talk about the experience with, you know, getting new players into the game and everything. So that is going to be interesting. But yeah, until then, I hope you all enjoyed the tournament today. I really did have a blast. It was awesome to see players, you know, who are new to the game perform. And I will say, and this goes for everyone involved today. Like everyone involved today played some really good Yu-Gi-Oh, considering the fact that they were all pretty much new to the game, started playing just a week or two ago. And for that, I really enjoyed the level of play today. I think it was awesome. I think we saw some back and forth Yu-Gi-Oh, some interesting decisions, some good decisions being made. Of course, we did see in one or the other situation that Yu-Gi-Oh, of course, is a complex game that one does not simply pick up in a week or two and play perfectly, but no one expected that. And for what we did see today, I think it was extremely good and extremely enjoyable. So I thought it was awesome. So yeah, we're just waiting for Colossa to get ready for the interview real quick, because she was the one who coached Team Italy for this tournament, so I wanna know a little bit about how they approached preparations and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm shocked it wasn't just Branded and Cooltune. I mean, here's the thing. I said it before. I'll say it again. Since this was an event that was specifically aimed at new players and getting new players into the game, they had a pre-selection of decks that were available to them that they practiced with, and then they could pick one of those decks. Which, of course, some of the more complex modern decks like Branded were not included, or some of the more like Cool Tune, I would argue Cool Tune was a deck that probably could have been in terms of the in terms of the how to play the deck, but at the same time, like Cool Tune is a very intricate deck to play, and also a very hard deck to play against. And so since I believe it was every team they could only have one deck each, they couldn't have multiples. Like the Cool Tune player would have probably been at a very big advantage, like if you're queuing the Cool Tune player into like sprites or something like that. So yeah, um yeah, I don't know, but Mimighoul was included. I mean, yeah, but Mimighoul is not the same power level as like Branded or Sky Striker or Branded Draco Tail or something like that, right? So I think personally, I think the selection of decks was fine. I think we saw. I think it was perfect because it was nothing was too easy, but nothing was too hard. Like they were all kind of like in the middle. At least the way I felt about it. So I think it was fine. And I think it was enjoyable to watch. And I think players did their best. I think you could really tell, and I think that was cool. So yeah, that's how I feel about it. So yeah. All right, we're gonna have Colossa on for the interview in just a moment, and then that's going to be the basically the winners interview, and then we're gonna call it a day. So yeah, surprisingly almost no blue eyes. I was surprised by that as well. I mean, as we did see, aka Wonder did pretty well with the blue eyes deck, honestly. I mean, the blue eyes deck was an option that I thought people were gonna take, but that's also something we can ask Colossa about in a moment as to why the players picked the decks that they did pick. Like why did they not pick blue eyes? Because I do think the blue eyes deck looked pretty strong. And surely, if the players can play Labyrinth, they probably could have played Blue Eyes as well. So I think Blue Eyes was something that I expected a little bit more of, but we can ask that question in a moment. I mean, what else did we see? We saw the Labyrinth deck performing. K9 was really strong. K9, I think, was definitely the breakout performance. Which, to be fair, breakout like K9 also is the quote unquote newest deck in the field, right? It was the newest deck in the roster, and it did perform accordingly, right? So pretty good stuff from K9. Sprites were also very popular, which is I think that makes sense because Sprite is also the deck that is currently the deck that you get for free in Master Duel if you do the new player campaign, right? So I think it's a natural fit for newer players. It makes sense. But yeah. The Mimighoul deck was really cool. I enjoyed seeing the Mimighoul deck. I wish we could have seen a little bit more of it, but they did get eliminated in an absolute nail biter in the semifinals. Otherwise, we would have seen more of the Mimighoul deck in the finals. But Team UK, who was the only team to bring the Mimighoul deck, they were eliminated in the top four in a 4-5 versus Italy. So that was really close. Really close. Yeah. Will we go over the new cards in the next stream? We can probably take a look at them on tomorrow's stream at some point. When I take a break, we can take a look at them. Yeah. All right. I'm getting word that we are ready for a winner's interview, so to speak. Not with the winning players, but with the winning coach, which is Colossa for Team Italy. So let's hear. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Josh, I can hear you.
Oh
Sorry.
yeah, I can hear you. Okay, all
I'm
good.
trying to adjust everything for the live, but it's not really
It's
working.
okay.
Wait. Okay.
All right,
Mm,
congratulations to you and your team. How are you
thank you
feeling?
so much. Well, right now a bit, tense because we just won. So, like,
Yeah.
the emotion and everything is like overwhelming. But, like, I actually wasn't really sure we were about to win
Hmm.
at first because it was difficult, I think, to teach the decks I've basically chosen with them,
Yeah.
because as you can I think, as you know, like the main problem is, oh, I don't know why we have my camera flipped, but it's fine on the live. um but yeah, like the thing is, at first the difficult choice was whether to give them very difficult decks to learn, like,
Hmm.
combos or maybe controls. On the other hand, I at first let them choose their preference, like based on artworks or like the basic mechanics that I gave them, the of course the explanation of every single deck.
Hmm.
And after that, like, it was simple to let them know the basics, because, like, at first you just, yeah, you have the attack, these are the attack points and everything. That's the easy stuff. When you
Yeah.
actually have to let them know how to make everything work all together, that's the really difficult part. Also, when we're talking about sprites and, like, labyrinth sometimes can be a bit tricky, because, it's like
Hmm.
learning how to handle the interruptions and how
Yeah.
to handle also your resources, because since it is a control deck, sometimes you're a bit punished because you lose the traps. But, like, besides that, they were very happy to play the tournament, and also those decks that they chose. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see so many labyrinths because I felt like that deck. I mean, it's easy to play in the beginning, but it's really hard to actually like finish games with it properly because you do need to interrupt the opponent like turn after turn after turn. But I was
Yeah,
surprised labyrinth was doing pretty well. The Canine deck was also really strong from what I could tell. I mean,
yeah,
people told
yeah,
me that
yeah.
I think it was Druid Thunder only lost once in the entire tournament, and I think it was only against another Canine deck.
Yeah, so I I thought that Labyrinth would be a choice, like a very,
Hmm.
very popular choice, because since it was a trap deck, maybe they could think that it was easier on that side, because you don't really
Hmm.
have to combo that much. But on the other hand, as I told you before, like, the thing is, when you actually get to play it is, like, trickier than maybe other decks. So my team was actually happy to have chosen those decks, and I really don't know why they actually didn't chose Blue Eyes. It
Yeah.
wasn't a very popular deck, because
Yeah.
I thought it was actually pretty easy and linear to understand. And also, I don't know why they didn't like chose it. Like, I didn't, because I think it was the worst for me, as, like, I knew it not that good, like,
Hmm.
compared to the other three decks we've chosen. So I thought it was a better option for me, and also for them to learn, because if I don't know very well the deck that you're gonna play, it's also, I think, more difficult to let you learn it. So basically, it was based on the artworks, on the playstyle I've like showcased to them, and also, of course, because, also the eye makes the game.
Yeah, no, I
If
agree.
you like the So basically, and also I thought this whole event was also something to, like, having fun. So I let them
Mm.
choose the deck, whether if on the mechanics or the artworks, it's fine. They can learn it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an important lesson that even in more advanced ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh is still very important, and knowing the deck that you play super well is often more important than having the best deck possible or the best deck out there. As long as you have a deck that is good for you. I personally think that Blue Eyes would have been a really good call for today's tournament in general. But I
Yeah.
also know that you, for example, as a coach, you have a lot more experience with Sprite, for example. So you can teach them a lot better about Sprite than you could have taught them about Blue Eyes. And as a result, I mean, they're here, they won, and they didn't need the Blue Eyes to get there. So I think that is a great way to get there. So yeah, shout outs to all of your players as well, of course.
Of course.
So well played and well coached as well. Thank you all. Thank you all
I
so
think
much
they
for
did a lot.
playing.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you also for casting.
Yeah. Well, it was my pleasure. And also thank you to all the other countries and all the other teams and all the other coaches, everyone who was involved with the tournament. That is going to be it from us today. We say congratulations to Team Italy. We thank you all so much for watching. And we will see you all next time, duelists. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you for watching.
Bye bye.